Pulse rising.
Who will come out on top? Who'll take who's ready to be the star?
The anticipation.
Powerful, strong, compact. Tyson get right all the way.
The heart stops. Catch the sports game on Sports Attack Mondays through Fridays 6:30 a.m. and today's Sport Live 3 to 4 p.m. and also on the weekends 1 to 6 p.m. Only on your premium sports radio. Today 95.1 FM.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
For the best sporting experience, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. My name is Anazi Ogenyedi, Super Eagles and Trabzon Sport midfielder. I also listen to the show.
Yes, a good and wonderful afternoon to you all, lovely listeners, and welcome to today's Sports Live on your premium talk, news, and sports radio station today, 95.1 FM. You are listening to the voice of Henry Ogugo here with you this afternoon as we are going to delve into what we have for you on the menu today on the show. Yes, it's another marathon edition from now till 6 p.m. The sports crew will be here to dish out everything happening for you in the world of sports. Yes, from 1 to 3 p.m. we will get to talk about other sports, or we'll get to talk about other sports first before we delve into European football. And from 4 to 6 p.m. we will get to give you everything as regards Nigerian football. Yes. Yes, it promises to be exciting as we do have a lot to actually look at. Yes, a lot on the menu for you this afternoon, as a lot is happening as regards other sports as well as in football. The US Open is currently on our screens. We will have the Italian Grand Prix today as regards Formula One. Red Bull complaining, and I mean, what has been happening to Red Bull so far in the season? Yes, the second half of the season hasn't really been rosy. Or I mean, towards the end of the first stanza and now second stanza, it hasn't really been rosy. And Max Verstappen and Lando Norris, 70 points separating both men with 9 races left to go. I mean, you say shocker happening, and Lando Norris usurping Max Verstappen to be crowned Formula One 2024 season champion. And also we'll take a look at Nigerian basketball. I mean, the D Tigers, some you say kind of worms are being brought out or were revealed during the week. So I mean, we'll definitely take a look at that one. And as well, Nigeria's performance at the World Under 20 Athletics Championship will also be on review, as well as boxing. I mean, we will take a look at Nigerian boxing as well. But I'm not alone in the studio to do all the talking, as I've got the guys here with me on the analysis side of things. And I start off with Ovie Wallace. Ovie, good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, Harry. Good afternoon to my colleagues in the studio. Good afternoon, Port Harcourt sport fans in the city and also sport fans outside of the city. It's nice to be here as usual talking sports. Super Sunday clash, it is Liverpool against Manchester United. Now you can see we're really going to test Slot and see how he can work against the top team in the Premiership.
Who want this Slot? No vex. Nothing else. I want this Slot.
I mean, shouldn't it be a walkover for Slot?
It's not going to be a walkover for Slot. I don't know why.
Why shouldn't it be?
See, this is still a big game. No matter how much you want to downplay it, and this is a man that.
They downplay
that.
No, I just want that one test Slot.
So Ten Hag 2 trophies in 2 seasons.
2 trophies in 2 seasons.
The next best manager after Pep Guardiola in England.
According to him.
Okay, which other manager has won trophies? Is it Arteta? No, Arteta has not won 2 trophies in 2 seasons. Arteta has spent up to 5 seasons there. Not won anything. Pochettino, all his time in England,
he has won. Arteta has won something.
Community Shield.
That one trophy.
Just because Pep,
when Pep won Community Shield, what did he say?
Yeah, Pep said it's a trophy.
No. Even before then, even before Pep said Community Shield is a trophy to start the season with. Before then, what the people used to downplay Community Shield, and we used to say that look, Community not trophy.
Okay, trophy.
When waiting Real Madrid, waiting they win that time. Waiting Ancelotti talk. He said they don't start the season with the trophy.
The first Super Cup is very from the Community Shield.
But they are both trophies. In the last 5 years, Arteta has won trophies. Not even trophy.
One of them is cup, one of them is split.
So one of them is cup, one of them is plate.
One of them is cup, one of them is plate.
But the German Bundesliga title is also a plate.
That one is in the that one is in Germany.
Why is that one?
That one is in Germany.
Mark over my eyeglass. Mad to see you wear. Why is so because this one is in England? It's a plate.
No, if I said the Bundesliga, okay, yes, it's round too. I thought it was hexagonal.
Not only hexagonal, nah, diagonal or polygonal.
Well, good afternoon to you, Harry.
Yeah, good afternoon. And definitely the other voice you did hear is the voice of the one and only reliable Reliance with us here in the studio. Reliance, good afternoon.
I greet to you.
I greet you. I pull cap, but I know the red cap. I pull cap.
I pull which cap? Me, I don't already pull my eyeglass. This is the one.
This
is the one with you. Okay, your eyeglass. No, leave your own. You get why? Great to be here. Good afternoon to everyone.
Yes, definitely. It is great to be here this lovely afternoon. And yes, it might not be of concern, but we do have a small matter of the Old Firm derby on our screens. Celtic defeating Rangers by 2-0. I don't know if anyone will be able to stop Celtic in the Scottish Premiership. Well, we do have the feedback platforms for you to actually get through to us. For the SMS and WhatsApp portal, the number is 0701 933 9962. 0701 933 9962. And for the phone lines, we will read them during the show for you to call in and air your thoughts. Okay, now let's get into the thick of the action as we start with the D Tigers with basketball. Yes, during the week they did climb 4 places to move to 8th on the FIBA rankings, which makes them the first African team to make it into the top 10 and all that stuff. I mean, fantastic feat by the D Tigers of Nigeria. But I mean, there's been problems brewing underneath the surface as regards the D Tigers and the MBBF, as Abiola Olajuwon, an assistant coach for the Nigerian women's basketball team, the D Tigers has publicly accused the country's sports officials of failing to pay promised allowances promised their historic performance at the Paris Olympic Games. Now, despite being enmeshed in unpaid allowances, the D Tigers are now ranked 8th in the world after a fantastic outing at the 2024 Olympic Games. Now, the D Tigers did jump 4 places to 8th in the latest ranking after their performance at the Paris Olympic Games. Now, they have made history by becoming the first African national team, male or female, to rank in the top 10 of the FIBA women's basketball rankings. Now, despite becoming the first African team to reach the quarterfinals, the D Tigers and their coaching staff have allegedly not received their promised financial compensation. Now, in a social media post, Olajuwon detailed the team's journey and the immense effort put in by everyone involved. She expressed her disappointment with the ministry's actions, stating that the unpaid allowances were a significant financial burden on the coaches and players. Now let's run through what she did post on social media. As she said, and I quote, "To go to the Olympics and experience something my father did with the USA was a dream. But Nigeria denied women's basketball and then had the minister tell us we are young enough to go to the next one. Assistant coaches put blood, sweat and tears to making sure players accomplish history. It is sad that the players, the ones who got paid, got less than what was promised by the ministry. It's also sad that the assistant coaches aren't getting our money that was promised at all, and getting our money that was promised at all, and now we are being ignored." Now, in response to Olajuwon's allegations, the Sports Ministry's Special Advisor on Media, Diana Mary Nsan, stated that an investigation is underway to verify the claims. As she said, and I quote, "The acting permanent secretary has been told to get the records, but I can assure you that the minister approved that all the monies must be paid. The records are being checked now. When the money is released by the ministry, it goes to the federation to do the payment. So we have to investigate as well to know what happened and verify her claims. Hopefully, before the end of the day, we shall be able to know what really happened." Reliance, I come over to you now. I mean, definitely we were praising the girls for such a magnificent feat and everything they did at the Paris Olympic Games. But now, few days or some weeks after the games, a lot of mess is actually brewing or coming up from below the surface as to what is actually transpiring with the team post the Olympic Games. I mean, how do we always get ourselves in this mess? Every time the MBBF, unpaid bonuses, unpaid allowances, issues with camping and all that stuff. And now we're seeing something again after we should actually be, you say, maybe some people say is mediocrity, but at least celebrating a decent feat by the D Tigers.
It's not mediocrity at this point. I think it's an unprecedented achievement by the Tigers at the recently concluded Olympics. So it's worthy of celebration. And it's very unfortunate. Maybe I might not blame the MBBF for this one. Maybe I'll blame the sports ministry, or maybe I will blame the MBBF as well for this particular one, because for what it is worth, the payment of the Tigers, the officials and the coaches will have to go through the MBBF. So it's like what FIFA said at some point, that the upgrade in payments for the ladies at the Women's World Cup was still going to go through the federation, even though some alleged or some reported that it was going to be paid directly to their account. Or FIFA had initially said that, because I could recall FIFA president, making an insinuation in that regard. But for clarification and just to ensure that they stick with the normal procedure, he came out and said, look, he's still going to pass through the federations, but those monies will be, what language did they use? Is it get fence? There was one big grammar that they used that period, So in the end, the sports ministry will still have to pay them through the MBBF, and then that's just it. So if the ministry have released the money and MBBF did not pay them, then there's a problem. That's where I will blame the MBBF. Although she later dropped an update that she spoke, I think 2 days ago, that she spoke with the Secretary General of the MBBF in the person of Peter Njoko, and the person seemed supportive according to her, and promised that on Monday, which should be tomorrow, that's probably it will be sorted out. But first off, it's very unfortunate how this matters is being handled. She dropped in the group chat, how far? I never see my money. Waiting they happen.
And she was removed.
Next thing, Coach Rena removed you.
So I mean, yeah, I was coming to that. I was just waiting for it to land. So does it mean that the coach is actually complicit in this, or she's just trying to manage the situation as best as she can to try and avoid past incidents repeating or coming up again?
I think it's a case of Rena. Is see waiting they happen?
But they said some have been paid, some have not been paid.
Remove her. And she took her off. I wouldn't. I mean, why would she be complicit? I wouldn't want to think in that direction. It may be an instruction, and I was just trying to understand because after she dropped the pictures, the screenshot of the chat that indicated that it was Coach Rena Wakama that removed her from the group chat, she followed up with a statement saying, asking for updates for over 2 weeks about payment of allowances and being ignored privately and in the group text. Is the solution to pay your assistant coaches their allowances for their work? Nope. Have the head coach remove you from the group chat. At FIBA, hashtag young coach of the year. I'm okay with speaking up when others are scared to. They said I should receive confirmation of what was allotted for staff, but I guess they will let me know a different way. So I'm trying to make a point from what she said. Have the head coach remove you from the group chat. She now tagged FIBA with the hashtag young coach, your coach of the year. So I think maybe she sensed, or she probably had reached out to Rona. Why did you remove me from the group chat? Order from above. That's the only sense I could make out of that statement. So it's possible that Rona may have been told to control the situation, take her off the group until there's normalcy. Because I mean, complicit, what exactly will she gain from it? It's not her money. She's to be paid as well. The same way they are paying the coach is the same way they're going to be paying the assistant coach. So why make a defense for where you're not supposed to make a defense for? So I wouldn't want to think in that direction, but I want to believe that probably there was an instruction from somewhere and Rena had to follow that instruction. But all in all, it's very unfortunate. Why would they allow matters like that's always my problem. Let's not forget the Tigers. That was it? I think it was still Olympics.
Yeah, the last Olympic Games. Yeah,
I think it was still Olympics where the ladies came out in a unanimous Instagram video crying out for their monies. The ones that FIBA promised them, the ones that 3 separate banks donated to MBBF solely for their participation at the Olympics. Before the Ministry of Sports now released a statement, before they now started working, and if those girls didn't come out like that, probably that money would, one way or the other, wouldn't have been paid the way it was supposed to be paid. I could recall talking to the former sports minister, then Solomon Dalong, because it was just at about in time that Sonny Dare took over. And Dalong made it clear that look, monies were released for these people. Even before he left office, that he knew where he fought, or should I say, where he stopped in the process of getting that money released. That when he left, the money was released. So why do you always have to allow things to degenerate up until this time before an action? Why is it difficult for sports administrators in Nigeria to be proactive instead of reactive? If there is any truth or any honesty to what is holding this money, it's simple. We're processing. This is where we are. The monies will come.
But do you keep on processing? I mean, the presidency actually released money for the Olympic Games. They are talking about what they were meant to get from the sports ministry. They didn't get it. What they were promised even by the NBBF, they still didn't get anyone. And the sports ministry actually said that these monies were actually released to the MBBF. So in a way, you could say the sports ministry have probably even done its job. So now the ball stops at the court of the MBBF. What is happening as regards this money?
Now, the sports ministry may have said that the monies have been released by the federal government. Let me put it like that. And how do you confirm that they have disbursed the money to the federations? That's another thing. And you know the politics in Nigeria, how it works. For me to be in your good books, I am Musa Kida, for instance. For me to be in your good books, I have to play along because you are the sports minister, and MBBF is under the sports ministry by virtue of Nigeria's constitution. So I have to play along, in as much as I'm not pleased with what is happening. So I might find a way to defend and cook excuses just to ensure that I do not sour my relationship with the sports ministry, because tomorrow I'll still go back to the sports ministry. That's where we'll talk about financial autonomy, where it becomes important, because if the sports ministry has had their own financial autonomy, most of these things, he will come out and make clear statements, So we need to confirm that the money is actually got to, because in Nigeria, we've been told severally that approval is not disbursement. So we need to be very clear if they actually release the monies to them. Now, if they had released the monies to them and they have not been paid up until when the assistant coach took to Instagram to drop screenshots of chat and all of that where she was asking for her money, then somebody needs to be sanctioned. Somebody needs to, investigation ought to be done, but heads will have to roll, because why was that money delayed? It's like I went for a walk with a friend, a colleague, and we were not paid the money there and then. While we were coming back from the walk, the money was paid to me, to my account.
Can't chop everything.
Expected to pay others, The money don't enter my account.
So it's money for disbursement.
Just disburse now. Collect account number. Forward to people that carry your own. What is the difficulty there? You understand? So if that happened, then a proper investigation and people ought to be sanctioned, because I see no reason why the money will get to the bank or the account of the MBBF and the ladies will not, or the coaches will not receive it. I see there's no explanation whatsoever.
But now we're also looking at a situation whereby these ladies are still being owed allowances predating the Olympic Games. Predating the Olympic Games, these ladies are still being owed allowances. Now that has not been sorted out. Now with this also coming up or popping up, and it's something we're used to seeing from the MBBF every time and time, over and over again. Players being owed bonuses, players being owed allowances and all that stuff, even being backdated, and nothing is being done as to resolve even the past ones, and you're still piling up ones in the present, while monies have been released for those ones in the present.
First of all, yes, you're right. This has been happening for a long time, especially in the basketball. You see players, their travel expenses not paid for. By the federation, you have to see. It might be the sports ministry now coming out to come and pay it, or an individual coming to come and cover those expenses. And these are people that they need to feed themselves. They need the money to take care of themselves. And the past ones are not getting paid for. So why are we now focusing on this one now? They know that it has been happening since. We know that they've not been paid some past one pre the Olympics before all this started. So I think if we were going to do it, we're really going to have to really investigate on this topic, because you said the sports ministry has already come out saying that they've already given the board the money, and now it's just to share the money. So what happened to the remaining ones? Like this, the sports ministry is not saying anything. The players, although they've come out to come and say their complaints, nobody is taking heed to their ear. The sports ministry is just staying back and saying yes, we know they've done their job. No, they've given the money. It's the MBBF now that you're saying that this is where the problem is now. They're the one they distribute the money. Where's the money? Nothing's to account for. Is not to be accounted for. No. So I think we'll just have to really go to investigate and see where the money, if the sports ministry actually really dropped this money that they are saying that they dropped, because we do not know if they dropped it, or even if they did drop it, the NBBF, why are they not releasing the funds to the players? Why are they not releasing the funds to the coaches? Why are they not paid even before this Olympics? Why haven't they been paid their wages for a long time? So they're really going to have to look into this and really investigate and see what's going on behind the scenes.
And now let's talk about the coach and the players. Now, the fact that nothing is happening as regards them coming out to say anything, because these are incidents that have happened in the past and they always come out to talk. Now, is it out of fear of, will you say, being singled out, or how will I say, being victimized? Because I mean, we saw what happened when they were denied the chance to go to the World Cup, and when they did qualify because of the whole Sunday Dare issue and everything. And is it that fear that is actually playing out, or is it the fact that they are just being patient, waiting and looking to see what happens? Then if it doesn't come out, then they come out and talk.
I feel that they're just being patient, because you know how it is with this country and the whole sports issue with this whole sports, especially with when it comes to funding players, when it comes to funding anything in general. You just got to face with and be patient and actually see if anything is going to happen or not, and then you're going to have to come out and say your complaint, because I don't think they are afraid of the federation. At the end of the day, if they don't want to play for the country, they will not play for the country. Nobody's going to force them. So but at the end of it, they will need their board. They will still need their wages, and the coaches. The coaches do, if they might not. Some might be hard for them to find jobs outside the country, and also maybe they are banking on the MBBF and also.
Olajuwon is an assistant coach in the WNBA. Let's not forget her father is Hakeem Olajuwon. For those who do not know, her father is Hakeem Olajuwon also. So I mean, that's
She came from the WNBA for that job.
Her team again. I'll get the name of her
She
team.
came from the WNBA to join Team Nigeria for the Olympics, and I want to believe the influence of Rena Wakama may have played a part in her joining the team as an assistant coach. So she's working. The case is that she just wants the right thing to be done.
The Connecticut Suns. Suns, yeah.
Good. She just wants the right thing to be done. Monies we promise, and for clarity purpose, this is not bonuses we are talking about. The payments that we due the coaches. You don't pay others and don't pay others. They all, and I even learned that some of the players have not received some of the monies that they were promised.
Yeah.
And they were contemplating whether to do the same thing they did in the Tokyo Olympics.
Tokyo Olympic Games, yeah.
You know. So it's sad. It's very uncalled for, and you tend to wonder why nobody learned lessons, why this path must always be followed. And next time somebody will come out and want to contest to become an MBBF president, when these things keep happening, what excuse would the MBBF give? The MBBF has not released any statement to this effect, apart from the sport ministry saying they want to investigate and see what exactly goes on. And in the end, investigation will be done. You might not even hear the last of it. No action will be taken. We are still here calling out the sports minister to take action on who was responsible for the omission, the deliberate omission, because in all ramifications, it was deliberately removed. We've done all consultations. We've had many persons on this show. We've had a former NOC board member, Femi Adetola, talk to us on this show. We'll have a former AFN board member, Shawington, talk to us on this show. We've done several consultations, both the one we bring on air to talk and the ones we do behind the scene. It was confirmed that girl's name was deliberately removed. And the sport minister works Lileko saying how he was going to chair the committee to ensure that whoever was responsible will be brought to book. But till today,
nothing.
We never say, if it stay France, do I'm making comeback. Shepin don't come back. Maybe this time he will need to I don't know. Anyways,
you've run out of excuses.
Honestly, so nothing is being done. So why would things like this keep happening? And it makes it look as if it's rocket science that these things cannot be corrected. If the monies were given, why is it difficult? And if they find out that this person was in position of because it means that, but there's a likelihood that Rena has been paid. there's a likelihood that she has been paid. So, if others have received their own share of the money and others have not received, that means money don't reach MBBF. So, what we cannot confirm at this point is everything don't reach or not halfway reach. Because let's not forget, BSN Sports conducted an interview with some athletes who said they've not received some of their monies.
Yes.
The training grants, the $5,000 training grants, and the $1,000 for the home-based athletes that they've not received. Many of them have not received.
I mean, she was even talking about the fact that what has been paid to those that have been paid isn't actually what was promised.
Yes. And those athletes who granted BSN Sports interview confirm. One of the foreign-based athletes says what she received is $4,500.
Where the other 500?
The other one say she received 3,500.
Where the 1
So where the 1,500 they go? Where the 500 they go? Why would you come out and say that there is $5,000 when you're not going to pay the $5,000 and you expect them to keep quiet? And if they speak out, they look like the villain, whereas they're actually asking for what was due them. And confirmed, according to this interview, that the home-based athletes have not received their own share of the $1,000, even if they complain about the disparity. The person that responded to the sports minister on X, Shebi don't delete that tweet. They don't go to like, oh boy.
Immediately it was dropped. It didn't stay for up to an hour, minutes.
He deleted it.
Minutes. It was brought down.
Person don't reach in DM or phone call don't reach and say, how far are you now? And he deleted it. And that's how they scare athletes and makes it difficult for them to speak up when things like this happen. It takes people like Olajuwon to come out, people like some of the Tigers players to come out. And do you know what makes this even painful? Some of the Tigers players are not part of the team because of what happened from sport administration. The Olympics, the self-ban, that these girls missed the World Cup that they toiled to qualify for. And you could see how it showed in that Olympics, especially that game against USA. It was not a big blowout.
I mean, you have to believe if you had the full complement, you could have done something.
Oh my! People from the bench will come in and drop their own. We've seen basketball players come off the bench and score 15, 20 points in a game.
Definitely.
But Nigeria's bench was not. Let me not use the word. Not something to write home about.
It was not as strong.
It was not as strong. Anything close to the starters. Imagine those girls were there. Rena had a full complement of that score. You think that game would have gone to overtime against USA? Because even with that, they played. So it showed the deficiency, the unprofessionalism of sport administration in Nigeria affected those girls' performance. But still, they held Africa high at the Olympics when it comes to basketball. So the same reason why some of these girls refuse to play is almost the same thing that is occurring this time again. I mean, how do you grow sports like this? And then tomorrow you come out and be very proud as an administrator.
I mean, he'll tell you that we're the first African team to reach the quarterfinals on that.
And you come and want to use that as your
won
achievement.
The Afro women basket
four times.
4 times in a row.
You want to use that as your own achievement. How many coaches can do what Rena did with those girls? 2 months she was appointed and she won the Afro basket in 2 months. How many coaches can do that? So how do you grow sports like this? How do you come out in public and be very bold to say things and be very proud of yourself when things like this keep happening? If these girls refuse to play for Nigeria now, you think you can come back home and assemble girls that can play? I tell you not. Maybe in basketball we can have an argument. They can come back and do home-based players and, and they go in there.
Will they have the same impact?
You understand? No. You can argue that in football, the players in the NWFL can put up something close to what you expect from the ladies in the Super Falcons that are based abroad. Look at it. Nigeria's women's football is still exporting talents to top European teams. Spain, Germany, France. players are still moving from the NWFL straight to Barcelona Femini, Real Madrid Femini. What is it called in France? Lyon in
Paris,
France.
yeah.
You know, so they are still exporting talent. So it means there's quality there. Unlike NPFL players that are going to Lithuania and Cyprus, Malta. But for women's football, they are still good and they're working and they become mainstay. So that means the talent in the NWFL can match, if not equal, the performance of those based abroad. And if you want to take a look at it, some of them, when they are called into the team, when did Deborah Abiodun leave the country?
That was after the World Cup.
And now she's a mainstay in the Super Falcons. And you want to tell me it's all about playing in the what's that the name of that team?
University of Pittsburgh.
I want to tell me it's all about playing in, no, it's the development from the end when she was playing for Rivers Angels. She's a mainstay. Because if you look at the length of time, it's not so long. So we can have that argument and say, okay, I made them go now. But you see in basketball, nah lie. Nah, it's not happening. It's not. If you want to learn lesson, just use ball as an example. No, just use ball as an example.
I mean, it wasn't the whole full River. It wasn't the actual River Super team that won.
That went there.
That won the national championship.
Now, for you, just use ball as an example. A bulk of those guys. It was even. I think it was even more of Victor Koko that had game time a little bit at bar compared to other domestic players. You have to assemble because I mean we had Hopper's coach here. Oh God, who told us that look, we need to find a way and develop. Playing in ball is different entirely from what is happening here in the country. So use ball as an example, and then you want to assemble girls for the Tigers and carry them and go Olympics. Did you see what under 18 Nigeria girls in basketball did to? Is it Ivory Coast?
No, Liberia.
Is it Liberia?
99.
Is it 99-18? Maybe 99-9.
No, they beat Cote d'Ivoire. Was it Cote d'Ivoire?
I think it was Cote d'Ivoire.
They beat Liberia 99. But the scorelines in both games were actually outstanding.
Good.
You're talking about over 60 points in both games. Mm-hmm. That was what they actually recorded.
So that's what will happen. That's what will happen if you say you want to come back to the country and assemble girls and take them
to the international
to go and play in basketball. You go to see 90-10, 84-5. That's what you will get. Because basketball is really crying out for development in Nigeria. Despite how much the country has, how much international recognition the country has gotten from basketball in the last 10 years. It's not properly developed domestically. It's more of those guys abroad who come in. So imagine these girls now say, oh, more, this treatment done too much, you don't do. These girls are made. They are made. What is $5,000 to Abiola Olajuwon compared to what she's getting from the WNBA? We don't want to even talk about bonuses alone, health allowances, accommodation, all of those things, all of those packages that she has for her team in the WNBA. Because it's one of the things that she complained about, that her accommodation, even her transportation when she wanted to return, she has to use her money. The rental and all those things, she has to use her money. So what's $5,000? Let's even imagine that it was
probably doesn't even cover anything for her.
Nothing. But why is she speaking out? The right thing ought to be done. She's a Nigerian through and through. Do the right thing. President Chuan was here in the studio and said that people need to be thrown in jail. Because the problem bedeviling Nigerian sport is administration. That until people are held accountable for their what is it called? For their deficiencies, people will not learn lessons. So how will sports develop and become a business when things like this keep happening? And they paint a picture and make this thing look so difficult, Henry. They give you, Today FM give you money, do this, do this. There's a timeline that this thing is supposed to be done. They reach out to the other end, or somebody complain, you never do them. You know hard now. The guy for Henry, how far the money? You know give them. You try to shalaye and in the end. Before you know, panel don't set. Before you know, you don't face panel. Before you know, it's either you lose your job or it's not difficult.
I mean, you're even going to a very official setting, even unofficial settings, weddings, events. When money is brought out, you account for it. There's a book at the end of the day, everybody can sit down.
You understand? You understand? It's not difficult. But in Nigeria's sports administration system, they make it look as if you have to travel to space. So I say, if you did France do making come back, making come back Nigeria. So it's pitiful, it's disappointing. No matter what happens here, right? No matter the explanation that anybody wants to come and give, whether valid or not, for this thing to come out to come out again, something similar to what happened the last time, it's disappointing. People need to be fired. People need to be impeached for those that were elected. People ought to explain why this is happening again.
I mean, relax. Don't you think it's high time federation elections stop being based on delegates and everything? And basically, even if it's delegates, we have more stakeholders get involved in all these things. Or basically stop it being delegates. Let's find a way to create, will you say, a system that allows everyone to have a say on who gets to run our federations, because sporting wise the country is dying. I mean, let's talk, just digressing a little bit, the World Under 20 Athletics Championship, Nigeria no medal. I mean, after what we saw the likes of Favor Ofili, Gotsin Brume and co do at the last one, even the one before that, SA Brume and co do at that one. Now we're coming here, no medal, and there were talks of a lot of names that actually did well at the athletics trials in Benin were not actually on the plane to Lima for the World Under 20 Athletics Championship.
Henry, I need to drink water, but I'm not done to drink water. Sincerely speaking, that's one thing that Harris Njala has been, and his I shouldn't use the word cabinet, should I say Harris Njala and his cohorts or crew have been fighting for in Nigeria's football. Extend the delegation, because if it's just about Ife chairman voting, you know, hard now for me to control at least how many countries we have. We have 37 Ifes. Chairman, yeah. But you know, hard for me to get 30 for this country. I need 25. And that seals it. Now, inside that, if I can get 25, the rest, don't forget, the rest will also be divided because there will be other people coming in. So, and that seals it. If we follow the way election works in this country. So that's why Harris Njala and his friends, and that's why sometimes when people say, Njala is talking too much, he's disturbing, he's doing this and all, he wants to make himself relevant. Yes, it's also possible that he wants to make himself relevant. I mean, it's inherent for humans to continue to be relevant. So even in your family, you want to be relevant. So yeah, it's there, it's possible. But when you are open-minded and objective, you understand NFF should do. Sports Ministry look into it. Extend the delegation, extend the Congress. Because in the end, it looks like Reliance and friends are coming into vote and decide who becomes the only Nigeria's football in the next 4 years. Some key stakeholders do not have much say. The Professional Footballers Association, the sport journalists from different angles, and they do not have stakes. And they are supposed to have stakes. Extend the delegation so that in the end, when it's just like this season, whoever wins Champions League, gonna say you play football. You understand? You win. You actually won the Champions League. You understand? So you come back. If you have any African heritage, you know, you order better white soup. You understand? Maybe fufu. If you are carrying Madeyemi, sit in the middle of your parlor with boxer.
Sit down on the floor.
On the floor. I want to sit on the couch. On the floor. Fire down. On AC, on everything. Breathe that you've won the champions. Now you win them. So election is supposed to be like that. When there is enough delegation, if you're able to pull majority and you win, it means there must have been a lot of scrutiny and you're actually worthy of being there. That's what happens when the delegation is extended, when the Congress is extended. So it's something that is worth considering. Because in the end, it's politics. Henry, it's politics. You want to close down Congress so that when you're coming in, or when you are anointing somebody to come in, there will not be too much for you to consult. There will just be a close set of persons for you to consult. It's politics. It's a game of elimination. Whatever is the obstacle, eliminate it. That's how politics works in Nigeria. Eliminate your obstacle. Not by violence, by the way. When I say elimination,
Tactical means.
Tactical means. So, if 30 persons in that delegation will be a problem, if you can find a way to reduce it to 20 where you can control, you do it. But when it's extended, you pass through fire to win the heart of as many of them as possible. And once you're able to pass through that fire, you are properly refined. So there is need for that. And the sport minister actually said something which we are still waiting to see how he's going to implement it. That he wonders why Nigeria's sports administration election, that's a goal. He missed it.
You actually missed it.
Oh my. Rangers against Celtic. Celtic leading 2-0 in the Scottish Premier League, and it's the 59th minute of the encounter, and there was a one-on-one situation. All he needed to do was to lob past the goalkeeper or chip above the goalkeeper. He attempted that chip, but it's caught from the side net.
Yeah, it was the side net. I also thought as well that it was a goal.
I actually thought it was a goal. A good through ball he received. This 1v1 now. Better still go closer. Oops. Oops. So when you eventually become the winner, you know that you actually merited to be the winner. And if you have intention of the next tenor, you do things because you know you have a lot of persons to please.
And to be accountable too.
And to be accountable. They also hold you accountable. So there's need for that delegation. And when the sport minister said it, we are waiting to see how he's going to implement it, because he needs to be careful, because it's also that part of interference with administrative elections for these bodies that are internationally recognized. Because when there is election, there's just a little bit he can do. And for all these things to change, he will need to lobby the likes of Harris Njala, for instance. You need to lobby people. You need to lobby some delegations. It's politics. It's in the open. For some of these constitutions to be changed, because for you to be able to influence the mode of election, for Nigeria, for instance, you have to go through the House of Reps, maybe House of Senate. Bills will be passed and all those things, because these are the what do we call them?
The key stakeholders.
Nope. We have the judiciary.
Okay, the legislature.
Legislatures, yeah, these are the legislatures. So you have to lobby them. So we do have things like that in Nigeria Sport Administration as well. So we wait to see how he's going to implement it, if he will ever implement it, because so far he looks like all talk but no action. What has the sport minister said for the last 1 year? And we've seen the reality of the implementation of that thing he has said. Okay, payment of home-based, the training grant of home-based athletes. He released a statement on X that he has brought that to the football. I mean, interviews were conducted and they said they are yet to receive it. What again?
The audio money.
What again has he said that as
committee to go look into the performance of Team Nigeria at the Olympic Games? We haven't seen anything.
We've not seen anything. We've never announced people in that committee. We've not seen yet. What for the past 1 year? He has been in office. August made him exactly 1 year in office. So what exactly has he really? Okay, at least he told us how much was released for the Olympic
Games.
Because
you've not given proper account of how it was spent.
12 billion naira. And to quote him properly, said over 12 billion naira. So it may have been more than that. So how come people are receiving 4,500 out of 5,000? What happened to the 500? Why are people receiving 3,500? What happened to the 1,500? So I think the only thing he has done that looks a bit different is that, okay, Omo, they don't release 12 billion naira, 9 billion for the Olympian, the other remaining for the Paralympians. So that's the only thing. So it looks like all talk but no action. Very active on X. Something happened, it comes out, drops a statement almost immediately, but then it's still all talks. So it's left to be seen how he's going to do it, because there's absolute need for Nigeria's sports administration elections to be looked into, and then extend the delegation so that more people can vote.
Because with the way this country is going in sports, there's no development anywhere. Now only maybe a bit of handball, because handball, I think, is it Samucheo that is still there? They've been able to maintain a bit of consistency in whatever they are doing.
And maybe cricket to some extent.
Okay, maybe cricket, because cricket is on the rise in Nigeria. Yeah, cricket is on the rise. Maybe cricket too. Wrestling, we always know what it's all about than legally. So maybe these ones that you can just pick, but put together. Okay, maybe MPFL these days, at least. Don't they see much?
Communication gadgets.
Communication gadgets don't come.
But we did see yesterday's game on TV.
And, I didn't watch yesterday's game. The game Rangers Academy. I didn't watch it, so I don't know. But it has been confirmed that the communication gadgets are here.
Yeah.
They practice with it, because I spoke with a referee who was at the seminar. They had 3 batches of seminar for the referees before the beginning of the league season. First batch, second batch, third batch in Abuja. So I spoke to a referee, Edwin Chima, who confirmed that they practice with the communication gadgets and they are there to be used for the season. Although he said they've not received any statements or correspondence regarding the 50% increment of the allowances that they promised them. So maybe a little bit of the MPF. Apart from that, Baba, the way sports they go for this country, it be like they enter ground. From people complaining about Solomon Dalong left, Dari came, and I was like, it's going to be good. In the end, it turns out Dari turned out to make the worst decision that this country has ever. Let me say one of the worst, because I know this country has made a lot of worst decisions in sports. One of the worst the country has ever made, by imposing a self-ban in Nigeria's basketball. You just write something, because nothing won't tell me. Now that guy do that thing, one time he's in our president. For where? Buhari go tell you say ban basketball. That guy writes, sit down, do everything, finish, say, Mr. President, see what is happening, the right thing to do now to impose ban. So okay, no problem, go ahead. That's the clear picture of what happened there. Then we are now here. We don't go Olympics, we don't repeat how many years, 12 years unwanted record, no medal. See on that, the last under 20 athletics championship, got in Brume them, people of Philly them. They were ruling the world. But see this one, nothing is coming out. Man, even talk NFF and their drama and their drama. On Saturday night, Nigeria they play AFCON qualifiers against a team that knows this team in out. 80% I put this team together. Yeah, coach on Tuesday.
The funny thing, realize the two teams. I know what digressing to football now, but the two teams we're playing are going to play us in the World Cup. So they definitely know us inside and out.
Now you hire coach for Monday morning, 5:26 a.m. The coach leave you Friday morning. Say we never agree anything. Why you go announce? In fact, I even hear that as at Wednesday, the coach was wondering how he's been appointed as the head coach of the Super Eagles. As at Wednesday, after it was announced on Tuesday, he was wondering how far. I even hear that he switched off his phones because calls will. When you never agree something finish, you understand? He got the copy in the call. He say, "Congratulations, you're now the head coach of my Nigeria team." Is how now? Another call. So I learned that the man switched off his phone on Wednesday. Deals were not concluded, even though NFF said tax issues, and I'm wondering how that works. So we cannot even go NFF and their drama. So it looks like sport is nosediving in Nigeria with a steady and fast pace. I think nothing is done. It's going to become a problem. But since we are talking about MBBF and their problem, it's very disappointing that this is happening again, similar to what happened the last time, and it cannot grow basketball in Nigeria like this.
I mean, Ovia, we've talked about the growth of basketball a bit. Let's talk about the players before we get to the full line to hear from our lovely listeners out there. Now, we've seen situations now. There were talks of digressing a bit, athletics, Favor Philly contemplating living or representing another country in athletics. Now, you're seeing these players coming to play for Nigeria. Now, should Nigerians be scared that things like this could probably make the little ones we've been able to convince to come back to look at it and say, I mean, there's no use if it just keeps on happening. Why do I need to kill myself, why do I need to keep on struggling and putting in the huge amounts of efforts? Then at the end of the day, nothing comes out of it. So why should I play for the country at the end of everything? And also trying as much as possible to get the other ones to play for the D-Tigress or the D-Tigers of Nigeria.
It's very, very concerning and very, very discouraging. You see what happened to Favour Philly, you see what's happening in the NBA, you see what's happening in the country, in sports general, and you've not seen the support. I know we saw the woman the concluded Olympics that represented America for the short put. You say that this is what is happening in the country right now. So for me, I feel that all discouragement and all, if the board or if nobody's going to work on it, then the players are going to leave. They have all right to leave. Everything justifies them because they're not getting the support. And that's why when I see athletes abroad claiming that when I see athletes abroad saying that okay, they are past Nigeria and then Nigeria is coming to come and call them. Yes, you're calling them here. You're going to give them the support or not. They've grown up in an environment where they've gotten that support, they've gotten that training from a young level, and now you're calling them to the country to train with the team, to play with to play in the country, to run for the country, but you're not giving them that support, their wages, you're not giving them the facilities, you're not making it available for them. So of course it's going to be something to work on. And if they want to leave the country, fine, leave. Leave. The little ones that we have, the little ones that we are working on. We just have to find a way to see how we can work on those ones. And if those ones too, they're not being given the opportunity, they're not. We don't solve the problem by then those ones are going to leave, and then the sports, the athletics, everything in this country is going to take a nosedive. So that's what we're just going to have to work on.
Okay, well, we do have the game between Chelsea and Crystal Palace on our screens at this point in time in the English Premier League. Chelsea are currently leading by a goal to nothing. We actually confirmed we'll put that ball into the back of the... So he's telling Mikel.
Yeah. No, Mikel's statement criticism is working. Yes.
So Mikel should keep on criticizing.
You understand? Keep on telling him that he's not the kind of striker that Chelsea needs, and the guy will keep scoring. So yeah, that's.
I did just 3 games. Jackson will not revert back to Jackson.
You talk that one.
I didn't say it. I just said revert back to Jackson. Jackson is still Jackson.
I'm going to see as Steve Kopama, maybe if they keep with this form, we're going to see Kevin De Bruyne and a Haaland combination.
Stories. And in the other game on as well in the English Premier League, Newcastle are currently playing out a goalless draw with Tottenham Hotspurs. Well, later today we'll have Liverpool take on Manchester United over there at Old Trafford. Okay, let's head straight into more of the action for you this afternoon. But let's not forget that we do have the SMS and WhatsApp platform where you can send your thoughts to us, and it will be read during the show. 0701 933 9962 0701 933 9962. 2. Well, we do have a special guest in the studio for you this afternoon. Remember, I did tell you as we were beginning the show that we will get to talk about boxing as regards Nigeria. Well, we have Nigerian boxing coach who was part of the side that went to the Paris 2024 Olympics, Gift Otonye, in the studio with us this afternoon. Gift, good afternoon and welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, sirs.
I hope I pronounced the last name well.
Gift Otonye.
Okay, I tried. I tried. So now, first off, let's start off. We saw Team Nigeria's performance at the All Africa at the Olympic Games as regards boxing. First, run us through what actually transpired or what happened at the African Games that made the performance as good as it was, but we couldn't translate that in the Olympic Games.
First of all, before I will talk about that, that Olympics, there is a qualifier. It is not everybody that will qualify.
Okay.
A lot of people go out there to work out to qualify. Without you qualifying, you cannot attend Olympics. But in all African game, we will make use of our best and go. That is why when we are in camp in all African game, we have 11 fighters. And we went with 11 and they performed very well. But in Olympics, the people that qualify are only 3 persons. Along the line, 1 have injury issue. We have to drop that 1. We now went with 2. That is it.
Okay, so now you look at Team Nigeria. Let's look at the Olympic game performance, because a lot of people are not happy with what actually transpired at the Olympic Games. And let's start off with the issue that involved Cynthia Ogunshemilore, the whole doping issue. Now, what happened? Was it based on what she consumed as at food, or was it supplements? What happened? Weren't the medical team aware of this before she actually went to the games?
Fine. I wouldn't speak more about that, because the reason is that Cynthia, to me, I believe that maybe it is what she have consumed in Nigeria before going, because all through in all African game there was nothing like doping. She wasn't a victim of that, and she performed very well. Then coming to this Olympics, I don't know, maybe because of what she has taken, I don't know, but we got there 2 days before our fight proper, before they told us that this is what happened. When the result came out, we are all shocked. It's not our fault. It's not our making. We are not happy about it, because she is our hopeful medal. Good. We will prepare her for good, and we know without this issue, should have just strike the good out for us. That is it. Okay, now it's the
NBF, the Nigerian Boxing Federation. What are they doing actually as regards sensitizing or educating athletes to be careful as regards what they consume? Because I mean, we've seen crazy things happen as to how athletes are tested positive. We had Canelo Alvarez because of he ate meat that had fermented beyond what you could actually imagine, actually testing positive for a banned substance. So what is the Nigerian Boxing Federation and also the Nigerian Anti-Doping Association or agency actually doing as regards sensitizing boxers to prevent them or prevent these issues actually coming up?
I wouldn't say they're not trying. They are trying, because they educate them every day and night. Even with the coaches, we talk about that to them. But these things are their athletes, and they are coming from different background, different foundation. You understand? And they have maybe the coaches that takes care of them in their places. So when you tell them something, and some of them, they will just ignore it, do what is in their mind. They are humans. They do what is in their mind. But when they fall victim to it, they realize themselves that this thing, because of that, maybe they feel that the doping issue, like they will not go deep about it. They don't know that the whites and us are not the same. So that is just it.
Okay, now let's go but first off, still with Cynthia before we get to talk about Dolapo Omole. Now, Cynthia, what is being done as regards her case? Are the NBF trying as much as possible to see what to do to help her as regards it? Has anything come out as regards how long she will be out from the sports due to this issue?
For now, I wouldn't say I've known anything, no information yet. But if there is, we'll still hear it.
Okay, so there is a rehabilitation program for her from the NBF to try and help her get back to her feet if anything.
Definitely.
Okay.
Definitely.
Okay, now let's talk about Dolapo Omole. He did get injured during or before the games. Now, when did that injury actually occur first off? Was it during the African Games or after, or in build up to the Olympic Games during the training camp? And when were you guys aware of it?
I believe that injury was in All African game, and because already he has qualified, you understand. So he came in. We tried to manage it, though he didn't tell us in time. But when we got to the camp, period of time we want to do trials, that pains come up again. You understand? And it was severe for us not to just like mess ourselves up there. That is why we took the decision that it should be.
Okay, now you said he probably picked it up during the African Games. Weren't the medical team or the medical staff aware of this injury during the African Games? Or, I mean, even while after the Games, definitely there should have been some regular meetups and checkups to be to ascertain the fitness of the athlete.
You know, sometimes this athlete will not tell you exactly what you want to get. As a medical person, they feel that maybe when you get to know deep about them, you will drop them. You understand? So they will not tell you deep about it. But we coaches, because it is our duty. It is part of us. So we get to know the way we interact with them, the way we talk to them, all those stuff. Sometimes they review it to us. So that is what really happened.
Okay, now let's go into the other athletes. I know I'm starting with the Olympic Games and I'm going athlete by athlete, but we'll come and we'll have a comprehensive look as regards everything. Now, the other athlete in the Olympic Games, and that was Olatoye. Now, we had a situation whereby Olatoye in the heavyweight category lost his first bout to a Kazakhstani 5-0. I mean, we've had situations before where Nigeria, our first medal in the Olympic Games in Tokyo 64, boxing. We've had previous performances in the Olympic Games as regards boxing where we performed well. I mean, the last time I think I can remember we performed well or decently in boxing was when Ifeanyi Jagba in Rio 2016 quarterfinals, but unfortunately he lost. Now, why was the performance? Yes, I know it's only one athlete, but why wasn't the performance up to what we're used to seeing in the past as regards our boxers?
Now, in terms of this, you will not talk about the performance because it is because the social media also that people have engaged themselves into don't really help us. When we got this information about Cynthia, we kept it ourselves, you understand? And we refused to review to the guy because we know that if we review it to him, the information will demoralize his performance. So we refuse to review it. So that very morning after doing the weighing, everything, preparing to go for the boxing competition proper, before he now opened his phone and say, coach, what happened? What happened? What did I just hear? And already this guy is ready to fight. You know, that is just dream. I even see it in him. I try to encourage my head coach. Also try to encourage. We talk to him to like keep it behind him and go and do what he knows how to do best. But you know, he's human. You are only two going to All African game all through. Then along the line, 9 minutes, you get the information that one person is no more competing. You know, it's really, if you watch both of them, they are always together. Even when we are in the opening ceremony, you see their pictures, they are always together. They communicate well. So that thing really disturbed that boy. That is what disturbed him. To me, that is what I see. Because everything is mindset. Boxing is mindset. When your mindset is not in order, you lose it all. That's just the real truth.
Okay, now, before my colleague Reliable Reliance comes in, you were talking about having 11 boxers in the All-African Games and 3 in the Olympics qualification. Was it as a result of not participating in enough qualification tournaments across the year or the years or in the build-up to the Olympic Games?
I wouldn't speak much about that because, you know, all these things goes with procedures. So that is just it.
Okay.
All right, Coach. In summary, it wasn't the kind of Olympics that Nigerians wanted. In fact, I'm very certain that it was not the kind of Olympics that you as a coach wanted. So we did not come to France with you. You were in France. You may have had interactions, apart from the boxers, other athletes. I mean, it was Team Nigeria. So, we want to view Nigeria's team at the Olympics from your own eyes. Tell us the whole experience. How was it like? I've not covered the Olympics before, right? Live. So you've been there. So let's just look at the Olympics from your own eyes. The experience, accommodation, meeting with athletes, discussion, arrangements for Team Nigeria, coordination. Just give us tell us the story of how it was like.
Yeah, this is my first time also being in Olympics, and from my experience and from what I see, Nigeria really tried in terms of the feeding is a central feeding.
Yeah.
Everybody, all the country go there to feed. Eat as much as you want. 24 hours feeding. Anything of your choice.
Young Chooks, one of our colleagues will like that part. Young Chooks, he's not here.
Buffet service.
He will like that part.
Anything you want to eat. Yeah. In fact, when we entered the Games Village, they gave us a key and they gave us a kind of a card.
Yeah.
You can, if you want to go outside the Games Village, you use that to enter transport, and you will not pay any money.
Wow.
Then the key, any drink, anything you want to anything you want to take, drink.
Henry will like that
any
part.
moment you take it. Then ice cream, for me, I love ice cream.
Oh my!
I took a lot of it because I'm not buying it.
You're not paying for it.
I'm not paying for it, and they are not measuring it for me. So I pick 5, 6, I take it to my own satisfaction.
Coach, not abusable.
Very good. It's not abuse. That's like me. I take ice cream a lot. Like if I want to buy ice cream for myself, I don't just buy one. I buy that bucket one.
Wow.
Then it is 5,000 something. Now, as at now, it's about 10,000 something. I will leak it to myself.
Coach,
if I'm tired, I put it back to the fridge.
Coach, after this show, we are going somewhere. You have to buy me ice cream.
Then, in terms of the kids, wow, the kids is good. I love the kids. That is good. The dressing, in fact, most of the whites, they cherish our dressing. The dressing, in fact, some of them come to exchange the JC with us, exchange the wares with us.
Yeah.
And I know I have a friend. He asked me of my clothes, and I gave him one. We did exchange. He said it's straight by butter. We did it. And some of them, like Abidjan or what they call, the same thing. We do exchange. They like our clothes. And even some of us that maybe don't want to wear the gown because they gave us gown also. We gave it out to them, that kind of a thing. So Nigeria really tried. They tried. This is my first time, like I said, but they tried. The only aspect I'm pleading, I'm begging the Nigerian to help us is to help us, put us in camp in time, because life is all about experience and communication with people. We communicate with other people. Now that I've been experienced, I've gotten that experience. The contacts I have, some of them now they have gone back to camp. They are in camp preparing. It's 4 years.
That's not Nigerian.
Yes, not
athletes.
Nigerian,
Boxers.
Not Nigerian athletes. Not Nigerian boxers. Not Nigerian athlete at all, but other country, France, US, Spain. They are all back to camp
ahead of the next Olympics.
Yes, 2028. And we communicate. They talk. They say, Coach, we're in camp now, and maybe we'll stay in camp 3 months. After 3 months, we go 1 week, we come back to the camp. I say, wow, it's a good one. So sometimes they video what they do, the programs they send to me. I communicate with the coach also. So that is it. I pray that Nigeria will help us this time. We should start in time so that we'll get the best. Because I used to know Nigeria. Because I'm in Nigeria. We are strong. In fact, even when we went to that Olympic, a lot of the whites, they were scared. Nigeria, strong. I will be making jest of them. I will say, Oyibo, you not strong. You eat grass. Those they are this thing they eat. I call them grass. I call it grass because I can't remember the time I took all those salad or what they call it.
Yeah.
I eat my normal meal, not grass. I'm not. So,
Henry will not like that part.
so we communicate. So that is it. Nigeria try, but they should try more. And I believe that God will touch their heart. They will do things for us to better Nigeria.
All right. So that's to say that if the early campaign is being initialized, it might improve Nigeria's performance in the next Olympics, you think?
Yes. It will go a long way. It will really go a long way. Because, when they are in camp, we observe, and this matter of doping, all those stuffs, because they are not having the opportunity of going out, meeting up with their local coaches, you understand? So when they check them for dope, the result will be out before them. We'll know what we are doing.
Yeah.
So that is it. And I don't blame any coach because it is not our fault. It is nobody's fault. These athletes sometimes could be stubborn. They take what they want to take. You will not know.
Is there no measure? Because let me give you an instance. In football coaches, they decide what players eat. You can
have a situation where a coach says no ketchup in my training.
In my training or in my camp. And that's it. So is there no measure to control? Maybe I'm going to limit it to boxing because that's where you measure. That's your specialty. Is there no measure to control what these athletes eat? At least some months or a month before a major competition where there's dieting or there's a dietitian that controls what they eat to avoid situations like that.
You know that Nigeria is a very big country and we are not of the same tribe. You understand? Like in camp, when we are in all African camp, some of them prefer that their begri soup or that me that is coming from this area, I will not eat that. You understand? So you coming to give them program, telling them what they will feed on. You understand? It will look as if you're cheating or you're undoing that person.
But they should have an understanding that is for their own growth.
As a boxer, we need heavy food at times.
Okay.
But it depends on when it comes. You cannot say, boxer will eat curry and rice all through. You understand? No, it's not possible. And we don't have a lot of food here in Nigeria. You will not say, okay, boxer will eat beans. Beans, it is not every time because of weight. Boxing is something of weight.
Yeah.
It is what you weigh, that is what you're going to fight. So there's a food you will eat that will not put up your weight. There's food you will eat that will put up your weight.
Yeah.
And period of time you eat that food. So, but sometimes in camp, we also tell them of the meal and they go ahead with that.
All right. You talked about the kids. I know that you may not be in the best position to comment on some of these things, but again, like I said, want to be in France through your eyes because you were there. So we are now looking at France. Right now we are in France. We are in Team Nigeria's camp. We are at the Olympics through your eyes because you were there. By the way, we have Gift Otoye in the studio, the coach of the Nigerian boxers for Team Nigeria at the just concluded Olympics. She was in France and she's letting us in on how things were. So we had a report of an American company saying that they stopped the athletes, Nigerian athletes, from using the kits that they manufactured for. I think that was the opening ceremony. That I'm trying to record the name of that American company. Now, what that company does is that company is major in dealing with the blacks, because the company feels that the blacks have been marginalized because of skin color in America, anywhere. So they put their hearts out, put their resources in anything that concerns the black. They do it top notch. And Nigeria had an agreement with that company. The sports ministry precisely had an agreement with that company to produce Nigeria's kit for the opening and closing ceremonies. Well, we learned, in fact, the CEO of the company dropped some statements on social media that Nigeria has breached multiple parts of the contract. They stopped them from wearing the kits that they designed. So I don't know the kits that you used for the opening ceremony or your athlete used for the opening ceremony, if you may have heard anything like that?
No, really, because I don't know. I'm not in that department per se. I'm strictly on my own field. It's what they gave us
That you use.
and from my own point of view, what they gave us, I like it, and it's good because it's quality. You understand? Is it the bag?
Did it come in time before the opening ceremony?
Yes, yes. The bag, the trolley, the kits. In fact, everything is fine. It's not something I can even show you some of the kits like that I videoed when they gave us, and I also send it to one or two of my friends. They say, "Wow, this kit is fine." If they will continue like this, and everybody comment on it.
I didn't receive any instruction like use this one, don't use this one.
No such
instruction
at all. Nothing like that.
Okay.
Sometimes the only thing they tell us dress code, what to dress.
Yeah.
You understand? And that is what all the Nigerians we put on because they gave us different kind of clothes. You understand? So they will tell you, okay, today put on the short black with this color, just like that. They just put it in platform, and we'll go ahead with that.
How does it feel? Well, what are the challenges as a woman to coach in boxing and even to be selected as the coach for a national assignment, an international assignment from a national perspective? There are not so women who are doing that, maybe coaching in boxing per se, or who are giving this kind of recognition. I could be wrong. You've been in the system, so you're in a better place to correct me if I'm wrong in that regard. So how does it feel, and what are the challenges you go through as a woman coaching in boxing and also being selected to lead Team Nigeria boxers to a big sporting event as an Olympics?
If you say challenges, you will not ask me. I'm a boxer. I box. You would have asked me from the foundation of boxing. There is female boxers everywhere.
Yeah.
So the challenges will not come as a coach.
Okay.
It will rather come
as a
player.
boxer. Okay.
When I was a player, you understand? I do fine. I love boxing. I love combat game. All true. I love when I see people fighting. I enjoy watching it. You understand? And when I was a little girl, sometimes if you are having issues with somebody, they will just draw cycle. They will say anybody that goes out from this place, from there. You understand?
Yeah.
I pick up because somehow I'm a stubborn person. Somehow, because I would say stubborn because when you say it and I don't go well with it, you time it as stubbornness.
Yeah.
So from there, somebody picked me up and said, you'll be a good fighter. You understand? So I joined it. And all through, I'm a gold medalist all through my time. 2000, 22, 24, 26. I'm a gold medalist, champion of champion. I went and I won. So from there, I graduate, becoming a coach. And I see it as part of me.
Were your parents supportive? I want to believe you started young. So were your parents supportive of you going into boxing? Because Muhammad Ali's daughter said her dad was like, this thing I'm doing, you can't come in and do it.
My dad wasn't in support of it. That's just the real truth. My dad, because my dad is a soldier, he refused me to box. And my mom was like, because your dad don't like it, you will not do it. But in my own usual way, I will do my house jobs in time, my house work, they share the work now, so I will hurry to do my own. When I hurry finish it, I will just go for training. You understand? I will time myself. When my dad start liking what I do, when he start loving it, it's Bauchi 2000.
Okay.
When I trained and joined camp, he was like, where have you been? Because I sneak out of the house, in fact, to join the camp.
I was about to ask that. Why are you sneaking out?
I sneak out of the house. If I'm going out for training, I'll hide my wear so they will not see it. But though my dad, because boys. My senior ones are boys, so I mostly wear men thing. I don't put on ladies thing like that. Men thing, trouser, 24 hours shorts. And so if I want to go out, I will throw my thing outside and I will just, daddy, I will just look at him. He will see me. The next minute,
you disappear.
Yeah. So when I told him that, because I told him I was going to my mom's place.
Okay.
Like, because my mom is from Umukrushi, I want to go and visit my mom's auntie.
Yeah.
So they thought maybe I've gone there. They don't know I'm in camp. So like after 1 week, my dad now called that my auntie and say, what of me? What of my dad? She said, your daughter is not here. My dad was like, shit, where will I find this girl? You know, a lot of problem.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Something just struck my mind. I said, maybe my dad will be looking for me.
Yeah.
And I told my coach that I want to go and pick up something in the house. When I got to the house, my dad now caught me. Where have you been all these weeks? I say, Daddy, I'm sorry. I just don't want to tell you, because if I tell you, you will not allow me. I'm in the camp. Which camp is that? Because he like athletics. I told him athletics. He said, why didn't the coach come and tell me? I said, okay, I will tell my coach. He will come. He said he want to follow me to the place. When he got to the place now, and I find out that he's boxing. He said, how can you come and fight in my house? Who do you want to fight? Who do you want to fight in the house? That, yeah, he disagreed with my coach. They had a quarrel that very day. My coach now told him that it's not good for him to stop me from what I want to become.
Yeah.
My dad said he wants me to be a lawyer. I should go to law school. I said, me, I don't have brain for law. I cannot read all those memorious books.
Yeah.
I don't have time for that. But I cherish this. He said, okay, if it is so, school or boxing. I decided to choose the boxing. It wasn't easy.
Yeah.
That's worst night. Terrible night for me. When I choose boxing and the night school, I felt so bad later in me. Because the reason is that, yes, boxing, I've choose it. My coach encouraged me. I went to the competition, and as God may have it, I won gold. Bauchi 2000, my first gold. I came back. Our award was 50,000. Check out, 50,000. Big money.
That period.
Oh my God, big money.
Yeah.
You know, I came back, I carried 20,000. I gave to my dad.
Okay now.
My dad was like, my daughter, 20,000. You know, it's a big money.
Yeah.
Money that is bigger than his salary as a army man.
Wow.
50,000. How much is army? How much are they paying them? The year 2000. So he now said, but tell me, have you choose this boxing?
Real, like for real?
For real. How can you marry? Who will marry you? You know, you choose boxing, fighting. It wasn't easy, my dear. You know, everything is stage by stage.
Yeah.
Today I'm happy. But when I go back and have a rethink, it was not easy for me. You understand?
Yeah.
So I said, Daddy, I choose the boxing. I'm a champion already.
Yeah.
That I will be traveling abroad, going anywhere I want. He said, what about school? I said, let my younger ones go to school for me. He was like, okay, if you have chosen your path, no need of wasting money. I now start with the game. Prepare, just like that. But my coach helped me somehow.
Yeah.
And now sent me to evening school, where I will go and learn how to read.
All right.
All right. So
but you don't have any regret?
No. I'm not regretting now. In fact, I tried to persuade my children to do it, but they refused.
To go into boxing?
Oh,
interesting. Interesting.
Because it's a sweet business.
Okay.
It's a sweet game when you have the mind.
Yeah.
You understand? Of doing. It's good you love what you're doing. If you love what you're doing, you see yourself excelling fast.
And you're not, I mean, looking at you, you're not even looking masculine.
That is it.
Yeah.
It is not necessary that you must look like a man before you do the game. But boxing is mind. Do you have the mind?
Yeah.
Can you take it? Can you enjoy it?
Yeah.
Endurance. Can you really endure
Mm-hmm.
when somebody hits you and you hit the person back? Can you endure? That is it. That is just boxing.
Just so I hand over to Henry. Henry, no vex. Yes.
No, I'll
Just so I hand over to Henry. He talks about how 50,000, of course, was a big money that period of time. And there are entitlements, for you guys that went to the Olympics from the sport ministry. I want to believe that people have been sorted out by the sport ministry. Because I know there are allowances that you are entitled to.
They paid everybody. They are not owing anybody. They paid us before the event, before the competition.
The sports ministry?
Yes.
Okay.
He came, he visited us. He spoke with us. To me, I don't know how people see it, but it wasn't a bad one. And they paid us because we are in Germany for camping.
Yeah.
They paid us Germany money. Immediately we enter to France. Just 3-4 days, everybody starts receiving a lot before the proper event. So they were all happy.
And you've gotten yours?
Of course.
And they're not owing you?
At all.
Okay. There are people that are complaining, that they are being owed. In fact, some players in the basketball team, people didn't come together, right? The basketball, I think they camped in Spain, if I can remember, before moving to France.
Spain, France,
the Tigers.
And they were moving around. They were in Lille before they went to Paris.
Yes.
Let's not forget.
Yes. So the basketball player, in fact, an assistant coach of the basketball team, is not taking it lightly with the MBBF and the sports ministry. And maybe, Henry, maybe that's where the problem lies, because it could be the MBBF in the end. Because just like you said, did you receive your money directly from the sports ministry or from the boxing federation?
No. Sports ministry. You see the is an alert now.
Yeah.
You see it, sports ministry. You understand?
Yeah.
You see the amount, that kind of a thing. Then my secretary now asks if you have received your own.
Yeah.
Just signify that you have received.
Yeah.
Because we are in general platform. Everybody.
Okay.
So that is where you just put up your name, receive, that kind of a thing. And all my teammates, in fact, when I was there, I didn't get any report from anybody that they have not paid me.
Okay.
Everybody collected money except this one you're saying now. I don't know, maybe because they were saying some of them don't have Naira account.
Okay. Naira or dollar account.
So they have dollar account. I don't know how.
They paid you guys in Naira?
Of course.
They should have paid you in dollars now. Why?
I don't know. They say
So-
CBN.
Was it the dollar equivalent? So exactly how much were you guys?
Henry attempted to answer a question.
I know I'm tempted to, but was it actually what was promised that was paid?
I don't know. I don't know what was promised, Sha. So, but all I know is that they paid me.
Okay.
Okay.
So you don't know what, if there is a certain amount that was budgeted for you.
I don't know.
Okay, you just received your money.
Yeah.
Was it worth it?
I don't know.
You should know.
If I'm in Nigeria, will I receive that kind of money in 5 years of my work?
Ah.
5 years.
So based on Nigerian cost.
So based on Nigeria's situation,
it
was
was
worth it.
It's okay by me.
Okay. But let's come back a bit to the grassroots. Henry, please, still permit
Since
me.
I wanted to go to the grassroots, but you're going to the grassroots, so continue.
And let's go a bit to the grassroots. How, in your own view, how do we make boxing a mainstay? I grew up to learn that when it comes to boxing, Nigeria used to have international recognition. Just like you mentioned, you got there in Paris and the Europeans were telling you, Nigeria, strong people. So that's an indication that they know that when it comes to boxing, when it comes to Nigeria, boxing is one thing. And if you want to look at the number of medals Nigeria have won at international stage, boxing, maybe these days the athletics is trying, dominate. So how do we make boxing again a mainstay? It can start from River State, for instance, because there's a River State boxing gym I know of somewhere at Niger Street. So how do you think this sport can be revived from the grassroots? and make it a mainstay?
To me, I wanted to said if it is possible, we should have boxing academy. Because if you look very carefully in terms of football have boxing and football academy.
Mm-hmm.
And the Cubans, they have academies.
Yeah, the Cubans they are good. They are very good.
They have academy where these children go to school, then do this game.
Yeah.
Boxing. When I was a little bit younger, my elder brother went to school at Isaka. Isaka is a sports institute where you raise sports men and women.
Okay.
They go to school. They have period for training. And I know during that period, a lot of talents we are find in that school. A lot of talents. The Obia the fish that was a swimmer was found in that place. A lot of them. You understand?
Yeah.
So if River State, let me start from my home.
Yeah.
I'm a River woman. Let me start from there.
Yeah.
If River State we have academic, boxing academic, or sports institute back the way it used to be, revive it back. Where you go, you will not look for boxers, you will not look for athletics, you will not look for all the games are there.
Yeah.
You just go, sign them out, add more to it. They are good to go. I understand River State used to be a place where we have a lot of talents. If you go back to boxing in those days, Duncan, Aunaya, all of them, River State. And it was booming. They made name for the state.
Yeah.
But now, nothing like that. Because a lot of these boys don't see what they eat. That's just the real truth. They don't see what they eat. I will not say because I'm feeding my kids, I shouldn't think about others.
Yeah.
They don't see what they eat. Because I know I go to many of their homes. I go there, I say, come and do boxing. They will train. They will say, coach, I'm hungry. I will use my money to give them. In fact, if they are sick, their parents will call me. Your pikin don't they sick, I will not buy drugs for them. Sometimes I take them to my doctor to observe them, treat them. In fact, we coaches is not easy. We spend a lot of money for athletes. Before you can get a good athlete, my dear, you have to spend money. We spend money.
And in the end, government will come and claim.
We spend money. You go home, you sign out these children. Some of them, their parents don't want them to do my game, boxing, mostly female. They say, this my daughter we found. I say, what made them go blow their eye? I will now tell them, say, mother, look at me. I'm a boxer.
Yeah.
Is my face bad? When once I teach them how to protect themselves,
yeah,
they will not be injured. No injury will come. Look at my face, no problem. Everywhere I'm on my body, I'm not looking muscular.
Yeah.
So with
you
that,
said
with that, the parents will say, okay, coach, now because of you,
yeah,
I better go make nothing do my pikino. I'll say no problem. So it is not necessary that maybe somebody will carry iron for you to have strength to box. No. All those ones, we use it as a kind of circle training.
Yeah.
But when once you are into it fully, your body comes back the way it used to be. If you look at Cynthia, she's not looking muscular. Gone are those days where boxers will look rough, look muscular, look this. No. We look take away. When you see us, you will not believe.
I mean, if you go to our YouTube handle now and see Coach Gift Otonye, you can actually confirm what she's talking about.
Yeah.
Because I mean, you could come and I told her you're not even looking masculine. You know, she actually looks takeaway. But she's going to be the one that will take me away after this show to go and buy me that ice cream.
So coach, now looking at the grassroots, looking at your time, looking at this time, will you say that the interest of the young ones in boxing has actually reduced compared to your time?
Yes. During my time, we are hungry of doing sports because of the state festival we used to have, because of the tournaments we used to have. Tournaments come, we go for tournaments. we compete with ourselves, inter-club, interstate, all those things. You know, it will motivate you to do it. Because you wouldn't want somebody that will beat you today to come and beat you tomorrow again.
Yeah.
You want to train. But now, hardly before we do any competition, talk less of inter-club or interstate. Hardly. So youth game once in a while is every year youth game. The normal festival is 2 years.
Crystal Palace, sorry to cut you, Coach. Crystal Palace have just equalized at Anfield. You need to see that caller. Stamford Bridge, I beg your pardon. You need to see that caller from, that should be Eberechi Eze. Yes. Beautiful caller. The goal has been smelling around the goalpost of Chelsea because they've had goal mouth clearance. In fact, the immediate clearance that led to this goal was off or out of the hands of the goalkeeper. Unfortunately, they were able to hold on. That's unfortunately to Chelsea. They were able to hold on to the passes, circulate them again, and then that caller just at the edge of the Chelsea box ended up equalizing things for Crystal Palace. So it's 1-1 at Stamford Bridge. Back to you, Coach. So more competitions, more tournaments. Just like we do have football competitions here and there, things like that can help.
Yeah, if we have competition, it will develop sports generally. It will develop boxing.
I know there's a world title fight coming up in Port Harcourt.
Yes. That is December.
But you are talking about clubs, boxing clubs. Do those clubs still exist?
That is it. When people don't see what to eat, what to feed with, what are they going to be wasting their time, energy? A lot of them have entered their house back because no competition coming up. You see yourself training an athlete for how many years, no tournaments. You know, sometimes when you go out for tournaments, you as a coach, you'll be happy because the person is improving. Is it not? There are another thing. When you go out for tournaments, at least there's a little money they will pay. You understand?
Yeah.
And that money will also encourage you. And the kids, like your sports attire. In those days, you see people wearing tracksuits. You see them. You say, this one are government children, no. I know in those days when we wear our tracksuit, you say, this one are government children, no. But now, all those things it doesn't come up like that.
Okay, now, will you say that probably or maybe there's need for more private hands to get involved? And how will you term the government's involvement in sports compared to your time and now?
When you talk about that, government is trying. That's just the truth. Government is trying, but they should try more. But also, during my time, we used to have what they call Montina game, Coca-Cola competition. Companies comes out to sponsor games. You understand? Sometimes Indomie, all those companies comes out, but now none of them comes out. We need companies to come out to help the sports to develop the sports more. Government will do their part, but they should also help us because they are in our state.
Okay, Reliance.
Yeah, so the December 7 fights that's coming up, do you think it's going to maybe add to the reviving of boxing precisely in Rivers State? It's the last time there was a world title fight, something similar to what's coming up in December. That was in, I think, 1950 something. I mean, 50 something also. That was Muhammad Ali against George Foreman in the now Democratic Republic of Congo. Then it used to be called Rumble in the Jungle. And I think that was when George Foreman had his first, was it the first defeat? But it was an emerging talent that period. It was a war force. He more or less didn't see Muhammad Ali coming, and then that ended it for him. Although, he later came back when he was over 40 and won a belt again. So the point here is the last time there was something similar, have to go back to
the 70s.
The 70s, I think so. It's been about 40-something years. And right now, there are plans for another one to come, and it's going to happen in Rivers State, Port Harcourt precisely. So do you think it's going to add to reviving boxing?
Of course. It's a big one because one of the fighters there actually have his first gold in national through River State. The Elizabeth Oshiba.
Elizabeth Oshiba.
Yeah. She was representing River State. And then I was the coach that took her out for that competition. She won gold.
Coach, your legs long.
But, we could not retain her. She now left to another. We sports people, we are flatters. Wherever the money is, we go for there.
Yeah.
We go there. That is just it. So she now represented Delta. From Delta, she won gold. She retained her gold on 57 class. From there, she paved her way outside. And she's coming back to River State to do this world title competition. It's a big one. It will encourage people. It will make people to know that, yes, River State is an eye. It's a place people have to come and enjoy sports. It's a place that raise nobody to somebody. River State is a sweet state, in fact. At least I can testify for that.
Yeah.
Despite I'm a Rivers person.
Yeah.
You go to many states, you will not see sports the way it is in River State. But River State is trying. But I pray also they should add more, try more, to make it more sweeter.
Abi? Are there preparations from the angle of River State? Are there preparations for the youth? Sorry. River State will not be going for the youth games. It was confirmed to us that they will not be participating. But are there preparations already? Have you been consulted? Have you been called upon to prepare your team for the sport festival? It's coming up early next year, January, in Ogun State.
Yes. Even before I left for the campaign, we are all preparing. Now I've submitted my own list. You understand? Waiting for it to be done. At least I believe that this time around, River State will put them in camp in time, so that we know where we are heading to. Because Ogun is a big competition. We need to go there and strike. We need to go there and achieve our aims. And it's not Ogun is not going to leave it easily for you.
Yeah.
It's a battle. You understand?
They want to host and win.
They want to host and win. But we are going to tell them, you can't just win like that.
Yeah.
So that is it. So we are preparing. And I believe that our governor is ready for us. Our commissioner, they are ready. Director, everybody is ready. They are doing their possible best to give us the best this time around.
Now let's look at the National Youth Games that River State will not be participating in. Now, how did that affect the athletes when they heard of it, and how much of an impact will this have on their development?
Yeah, they felt bad, but also from the discussion, though I wasn't there with them in the meeting, but from the discussion they had with the commissioner, I also understand that there is a state festival.
True.
That is going to take place.
Yeah.
So the children were going to still use them for the state festival.
So they still get to participate.
Yes. Because like my own kids, I told them, that one you want to go is not a big one. Yes, we are going out of the state. You understand? But it's not a big one. This state's own will prepare you very well. You understand? So, and they understand. They're still coming out. But believing that the competition will happen soon.
Yeah, the level of competition might not be the same. States is within. National is national. Boxers from all around the state, all around the country coming and compete. So do you think the level of competition that they will be exposed to if they had participated in the National Youth Games could be the same or similar to what they're going to be exposed to in the state sports festival?
This competition youth game is very close to the normal senior team competition.
Sports festival.
And it is not every state that will still come to that youth game. I don't know if you get.
Okay.
It is not every state that will come to the youth game. But we're preparing these children for this state festival. They are still there. Through there, we'll make selection for the next year again, festival, youth game. Because youth game is every year, September.
Yeah.
So we are still going to prepare them for the next year youth game. So those ones that have passed, because some of these games goes with age and weight class. My own, anyone that have passed the age or the weight class, we graduate to the senior team, because I'm trying my possible best how to arrange my house so that we will not be going out to look for an athlete. I want to have my Rivers team.
Yeah.
Because I was raised from Rivers State. So I'm putting all I have to make sure from 2026, no more me going to consult any athlete outside.
Yeah.
I want to groom them stage by stage. So anyone that is above the age, we continue with training, then we go for the senior festival. You are still exposed.
Yeah.
That is it.
Okay.
And this state festival, you're still meeting people you don't know. People from local government, you've not seen them before.
Yeah.
You don't know them. So you will go meet them, interaction will still come up before you graduate to the senior one.
Yeah.
That is it.
Okay, well, let's see if we can go to the phone lines and actually get some thoughts of our listeners out there, and if they have any questions for Coach Gift Otonye here with us in the studio this afternoon. 0817 0000951, 0817 0000951, and 0810 9510951, 0810 9510951. We also have the SMS and WhatsApp portal, and that number is 0701 933 9962, 0701 933 9962. We've talked a lot on the show so far this afternoon. You can call in to air your thoughts as regards the MBBF, and you can also call in to air your thoughts as regards what we've talked about with Coach Gift here in the studio as regards boxing and her experience at the Paris 2024 Olympic Games. And let's head over to the SMS portal, and this one says, greetings to the gentlemen in the studio. Concerning football and other sports in Nigeria, until our public servants begin to go to prison for their corrupt-based, negligent and inept, if that's what you meant, characters, nothing will change. There are people in the system that do not want a change just for their own selfish interest, and until these elements are flushed out of the system, nothing will change. And that's from Amadi from Ozoba. Hello, caller, good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, Harry. Good afternoon, Coach Otonye and the Reliable Alliance and everyone in the studio.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
They greet you.
Chief Beke.
Okay, Chief Beke. Okay, Chief Beke, please go ahead.
Yes, Coach, I want to thank you for the good work you are doing for Rivers people. But one question I want to ask is that there used to be some training ground for boxers in Rivers State before. I don't know whether they still exist. I was a boxer back in the days, in the early 80s. But right now, I don't know the MPA. We used to have the MPA boxing club, basketball pitch, civic center, and the Lions boxing club, and some other one, Young Tigers. I don't know whether these clubs they are still producing boxers from where you can select your crops of boxers from, or you are the one personally handling them to get your boxers. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Chief Beke. Now, Coach?
Yeah, the clubs are still existing. It depends on the Rainbow Club have they are still there, they are training, but their schedule training program they have is different from my own training program, because my training program is from the basketball, because I'm the head coach of River State Boxing, and I have my gym at 59 Niger Street basketball, where I train Monday to Friday. Then I know there is a club at Alo, they train Sunday. I used to go visit them once in a while. There is a club at UST, that's Mpolu. They call it Mpolu Primary School. So I used to go there, visit them once in a while. There is a club at Elekaya, that's the stadium, inside the stadium, Elekaya Stadium. I used to go visit them once in a while. There is a club also in UST, inside the UST campus. Sometimes we go visit. Then I understand also there is club in whether Calabari or those area. And sometimes the coaches call me, and if I have any tournament, I send message across, and I see all of them come.
Okay, thank you, Coach. So definitely there are still clubs in the States as regards boxing. Do keep the calls coming in. Share your thoughts on what we've discussed on the show so far this afternoon, and you can also ask Coach some questions if you do have them. 0817 0000951, 0817 0000951, and 0810 9510 951, 0810 9510 951. And you can send your thoughts to the SMS and WhatsApp portal as well, and that number is 0701 933 9962, 0701 933 9962. Well, it's still one goal apiece between Chelsea and Crystal Palace, right? The game between Tottenham and Newcastle is also one apiece. Now, this one from the WhatsApp portal says, "Good afternoon, guys. As far as I'm concerned, talking about the decay in Nigerian sports is like sounding like a broken record. After all the mess the minister and his crew displayed on and before the Olympics, they still managed to deprive the ball ladies of their money." And that's from Samuel from Rukboku. Yes, as we are talking about sports in Nigeria or other sports in Nigeria, let's not forget that there are other sports going on the global scene. Now, Ovie, what are the updates as regards Formula One at this point in time in the Italian Grand Prix?
Charles Leclerc is still in top position. He started in number 4 grid and now he's number 1. Carlos Sainz follows right behind, so we have a Ferrari 1, 2, then Lando Norris. Oscar Piastri in number 3. 4th we have Max Verstappen, Lando Norris in 5th. That is Lewis Hamilton in 6th. That should be Kevin Magnussen in 7th. That should be Russell, yes. Yeah, that's Russell Hamilton. That's George Russell in 8th. In 9th, that is Sergio Perez. Yeah. And 10th is Albon, yes, Max Albon. So those are the top 10. And from Lando's radio, we've gotten a message that Lando, they've said he's free to race Piastri, so we're not going to be seeing a repeat of the Belgian Grand Prix where he gave Piastri the win. So he's free to, if they want to, he's free to outrace Piastri however he wants to do. But for now, Leclerc and Carlos Sainz, the Ferrari want to maybe we're going to see it in a long time. Hamilton, who started from 7th spot, right up there, just right in 4th, so it's still possible that he might still be able to get there. He has just had one pit stop so far. So that just was happening right there.
Okay, and let's not forget, if you are not aware, Novak Djokovic is out of the US Open. Yes, the man did lose to Alexei Popyrin. That was yesterday. Yes, he did lose to Popyrin in straight sets. No, not straight sets, actually. 3 out of 4 sets. Memory actually doing me a great disservice there. It's actually 3 out of 4 sets. Novak Djokovic is actually out, and this is the first time since 2002 that none of the big 3 is winning a Grand Slam. Reliance, we are all old and we need to do something because I can't remember a year when none of them. So that makes all of us feel old.
Well, we feel old. We are all old, honestly speaking, because I had a conversation with Ovie before we came into the studio, and we're talking about most of these sports icons and some of them that we saw growing up that introduced us. For me, Formula One, it's what's his name, Fernando Alonso. Golf, Tiger Woods. If not Tiger Woods, who else? And then when you come to tennis, it has to be Roger Federer. I don't see Roger play active tennis. His best tennis. I don't see Nadal play active tennis. His best tennis. I don't see Novak play active tennis. His best tennis. One don't retire. The other one did do. He goes to retire. Even this one, Sef, Novak. Next year, Sef, if he retire, guy, I'm person still there.
He spent his last legs on that Olympics. And
it's like that's what he was. I don't watch the game against Popori. Immediately, because I was busy, I now said, "Oh, Novak is playing." I had to, and also Novak had lost. I was like, it's just like Novak used everything within his body to just try to get that Olympic gold.
And he did it. He did it to his time because we know that Alcaraz was not good to give him that. I didn't mean he hadn't won it. God.
He gave everything. He gave everything. And the Novak Djokovic I know wouldn't have participated in that Olympics. Yeah. Probably would have. He said that he would have preferred to play in the Olympic and skip Wimbledon. One of those two would have been sacrificed because he played Wimbledon with injury. Let's not forget he had a knee strap on him. At the Olympics, he had the same knee strap on him. So Wimbledon with knee injury, Olympics with knee injury. He couldn't do it at Wimbledon.
He reached the finals.
He got to the finals in both of them. He couldn't win Wimbledon because of Alcaraz stood in the way. But at the Olympics, and he was like, young man,
calm down first, please. Calm down.
It's not happening this time around. So he participated
took the from me.
Back.
This small boy will take another space.
So he participated back to back in two major tournaments with injury because he knows that if it's not now, it has to be now. And he gave his all and he won that gold medal. That's the only trophy that was lacking in Novak's cabinet when it comes to tennis. He has won many 1,000 Masters, many Grand Slams, never won the Olympic gold, and he has just gotten it. So he gave all in that Olympics. And to think that he happens to play against somebody that look like that rivalry is developing in Carlos Alcaraz. My guy was like, bros, is it this time? Is it I win or I win?
There's no I win or I lose. I win or I
win. Is it I win or I win? And he gave it all. Coming to a US Open, I mean, Novak is a favorite in all courts. It's one of the few. Maybe Roger was also in the same category. Although I think he broke two of Roger's record last year.
Yeah, longest time at the number one.
As number one. And then in winning in several courts, in several Grand Slams. So I think he broke two of Roger's records. So apart from Roger, it's one of those tennis players that you expect to go anywhere and perform. Grass court, hard court, what is it called? There one clay court. What's it? I think there are 4 different courts: grass, hard, clay. Oh, you don't finish.
So grass, hard, clay.
Yeah. So it's one of those that you expect to perform anywhere. So at the US Open, Novak should be able to get to the final. But unfortunately, I mean, look at the name that saw Novak out. Before you beat Novak, in his good days, you have to be a Stan Wawrinka, for instance, when Stan was, at the biggest of, in the best of forms. Or you have to be a Rafael Nadal.
Or he has to smash his racket and get disqualified.
Especially in a hard court. Australian Open is a hard court. And that's where Novak has won more of his Grand Slams. US Open is hard court. So you have to be that kind of person. In this era, who would I be? Or you have to be the big 7 Argentine back in the days.
Del Potro.
Del Potro. You have to be in that category. And this were the B class elite tennis players that year, because the A class was dominated with Novak, Roger, and Nadal. Yeah. And then there was Andy Murray before he got injured. So these are the guys at the A class. So you have to be a B class to beat Novak. And the B class, we used to consider Stan Wawrinka, Del Potro, Who again? There was Game on Fields then, but
he
didn't really stay. There's this guy, this Chinese guy, Kei Nishikori.
Japanese.
Yeah, Japanese rather. Kei Nishikori was in that B class. So you have to be a tennis player in this particular category for you can stand against Novak. But see with the beat Novak for US Open, Alex Popperin. With due respect to you, sir.
He's Australian.
If not back in the days, you know go do it.
Okay, 0817-000951 and 0810-951-0951. Phone lines are open for you to share your thoughts as regards what we've discussed on or in other sports. And if you have any questions for Coach Gift Otonye, the boxing coach of River State, here with us in the studio as well. As a coach, she was part of the team that went or followed the Team Nigerian boxing team. Yes, Team Nigerian boxing team to the Paris 2024 Olympic Games.
Uncle I. She no follow. She carry them go.
There's
difference between you follow.
Okay.
And you carry them
go. She was one of the coaches.
Follow now.
I didn't mean it like that.
Pack your bags. So
I didn't mean it like that. No, I meant
she carry them go.
No, she was one of the coaches that carried them.
You understand? That carry them go.
Okay, I didn't mean it like that.
I know my But by the way, update from the Italian Grand Prix. Me saying Novak. Lewis Hamilton is now 5th. He has gained 2 places in the last couple of minutes. He was 8th as at the last time. 7th as the last time we reported. He's now 5th. So he has gained 2 places up. Now 5th. And the fastest lap so far is now with Max Verstappen. But unfortunately, he's just behind Lewis Hamilton. So it's going to be an interesting race between the two, Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton. Lando Norris still in 4th, Carlos Sainz in 3rd, and then of course there was a 1-2 for Ferrari, but Oscar Piastri has found a way to overtake Carlos Sainz. He's now taking 2nd position, while Charles Leclerc is still the leading driver with enough time that you see him winning this particular race, because if you look at it, we are in this 47th lap out of, I can't say that clearly, I think that's to be 55 laps. So when you look at the time interval between the leader, Charles Leclerc, and Oscar Piastri, you're beginning to think that Piastri is losing places, losing seconds, and that should be enough. I think it's about 10 seconds difference if my eyes are sharp enough to look at what's on the screen. So that should be enough for this man to win this particular race. They are all on hard tires now, and of course, except for Bottas, who is somewhere down second to the last, because somebody is what was his name? Zuki. I'm trying to recall the name. Tsunoda, yeah, is out of the race. But there is Bottas down second to the last. That's on medium tires, and then maybe a little bit of few drivers, but majority of the drivers are all on hard tires, as we can see, because they're trying to maintain that longevity. Hard tires gives you endurance, not so much pace, but endurance. But if you want that pace, you go for your medium tires and the soft tires. So I'm thinking the strategy at this point is stay on it, run it like that up until the end of the race, and see how many grounds you can gain. Piastri is beginning to gain grounds, or beginning to gain seconds against Charles Leclerc, who's still the leader. But with 9 seconds, I mean, if you can hold on and not lose too many seconds to the person just behind you, you should be able to hold it off and then win the race.
Okay. Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon, Ogogo.
Good afternoon. Tony Hosford, please go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon, Coach.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. Yes, Coach, I just want to appreciate you, that determination and the share, I mean, all that you've been doing in the boxing, you try so hard to get all us to get to the top echelon of the boxing. I think more power to Elmo. And you see, this boxing we're talking about, like in university, like they say this, university was one of the favorites. Besides Joe, that's a former Bender State and Lagos State. And so university was head to head with them, head and toe with them. But at the time we just lost it. We just lost it almost completely. Because like what the coach has said, there was no, encouragement, no training, nothing. And, that zeal, the initial zeal was not there. Like, you never so many boxers you should forget to mention who like Coach Joe, that's Joe John, who used to be, a middleweight champion. We have people like Tokurubo, Longan Hawaii. We have a blessed memory. There are a lot of them. That was a glorious day of boxing in the university. But today, the boxing is nowhere to be found. But I'm happy that people like AHA have come up, to show to the world that they are here to have something to offer. So I just wish her well. I just wish you well, and I pray that the federation, the boxing federation, should look into the boxing world and try to organize tournaments like back in the days. This tournament, they go back the one my favorite was 1988. It was 88. I was a teenager, very young but very small. I used to follow them up. Like Smoking Joe was my favorite. I followed them up. But these days, all the news, I'm just gone. So they should look for a way to revive this. Boxing is a sweet game. Very sweet game. I love it. That's one of the things I love. Boxing, table tennis, basketball. I love the rest. I love them. But all these days, this is like the state school in Osaka, which used to turn out, heroes, stars. That is now moribund. Nobody's talking about it. So I just agree that the government and the Sporting Federation should collaborate and ensure that ensure that the boxing, the lost glory is revived. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Tony Hosford. Well, let's get to talk about football now. Well, if you're not aware, or definitely you should be aware by now, Erling Braut Haaland struck again yesterday. Reliance, is it safe to say that this is probably, or he will probably be the greatest striker we will see in the Premier League's history?
He has the potentials.
He's not there.
I don't think he's there yet. This will be his second season in the English Premier League. Third. Okay, yeah, third. Oh, the other one just finished. Yeah, true. So this should be his third season. I don't think he's there yet, but he's getting closer and has the potentials of becoming the greatest striker the Premier League has ever seen. He came in and just about a season, he broke Alan Shearer's long-standing record for the highest number of Premier League goals scored in a singular season. That record now belongs to Erling Haaland. And then look at the way the man is going. In fact, as we speak, when it comes to number of hat-tricks scored in your entire career, Erling Haaland ranks number 5. How many years has he spent already? And he has done that in fewer games compared to somebody that is in fourth, in fifth. Number 1 is led by the legendary Cristiano Ronaldo, by the way, followed by Lionel Messi in second, and then I think is it Lewandowski that is third, and then I think it's Suarez that's fourth. Then Erling Haaland finds himself in fifth when it comes to number of hat-tricks scored in your entire career. Erling Haaland has scored, I think, about 22 hat-tricks, so far in his career. So when you look at that and the way the man is going, you are thinking he has that potential in the Champions League. He came into the Champions League. Yes, he's still some numbers away from Ronaldo's record, because Ronaldo still holds the record of highest number of goals ever scored in the Champions League history, and that's why he was honored during the draw, given a trophy for that, or given an award for that, in the draw that was conducted on Thursday. Yeah. But he came in, had a record to become the first player in the UEFA Champions League history in 2 matches. You've been able to score 6 goals. So the potential is there of what Erling Haaland will become. And when you're playing for a team like Manchester City, trust me, you have the chance of scoring and continue scoring. And because that team is well built, the system is there. All you need to do is well positioned. And when you want to define a striker, honestly, these days you have to look at Erling Haaland. Yes, there are still some part of his game that needs completion, because if you look at the way Erling Haaland plays and you want to look at the way Hurricane plays, definitely Hurricane is a more complete center forward than Erling Haaland is. Lewandowski, another more complete center forward than Erling Haaland is when it comes to other things, like being team play, being part of the game. When you are isolated, what do you do? When the game is difficult, how do you get involved and all of that stuff? So these guys are in their own level, but when you look at how he's scoring week in, week out, the accuracy, the precision, the power, the ability to bully defenders. I watched the highlights of the match against West Ham United, and when he scored the third goal, and I was like, he was in an offside position. He dropped back to stay onside. He opened himself up for that through ball that was coming from, I think, was that Rodri?
No, it was
Ruben Diaz.
Yeah.
So he opened up himself, waiting for that through ball that was coming from Diaz. I could see it, but I was wondering why the defenders couldn't see, because you came in and then you open yourself up. So the defenders need to have noted that, look, the next action from whoever is with the ball, if the person is wise enough, is a through ball. And he got the through ball and he ran ahead of them. And of course, you can't leave Erling Haaland in a 1v1 situation and expect him to flutter. No, he will score. It's not Nicholas Jackson. If Erling Haaland has 200 1v1, he will likely score about 190 in a single match or in a single season. And he scored. So with this mentality and the technicality he has, ability to read games, to anticipate those passes, to position very well. I mean, look at one of the goals he scored. He was in, drifted out, had the ball, and then boom, he took that shot, and it was at the roof of the net. So he has that potential, and if he stays in the Premier League 2 more seasons, he might shatter all records, to become the greatest striker the Premier League has ever seen. Because when you're looking at striker, one thing stands out: the number of goals scored and how you score these goals. Even though people will argue that he scores tapping and all of that stuff. Tapping, people they really see that tapping.
I mean, some people are talking about the style of.
They know they score.
So some people, yes, as much as it's putting the ball into the back of the net, they also ask. But you look at where the other strikers we've seen, Alan Shearer, Thierry Henry, they had more to their games. Sergio Aguero, Luis Suarez. But Haaland is just about putting the ball in the back of the net. Is that enough to, will you say, discredit this man from such an accolade?
I don't think it's enough to discredit him. But can we put up an argument? Yes. If you recall, I did mention that he still need to add more to his game. Because you need to be... We've seen Erling Haaland in the past 2 seasons. We've seen game where the match come up from Man City hand. And anytime a match come up from Man City hand, Erling Haaland is reduced to a street striker. Now, what I mean is that in just day there, they find ball and they come. So that is where it's found wanting. When there are key matches where you're playing, and I mean these days, Mikel Arteta has learned to battle Pep Guardiola, his former boss, head on in terms of tactics. You play against Arsenal, and Arteta is cancelling everything that Pep is bringing. Haaland is lost. Before you know, he's taking off. But if you want to go back to the people we mentioned, Alan Shearer, Aguero, although Thierry Henry was more or less maybe from the wings, you could say, because I am of the opinion that Thierry Henry redefined wingers. Like when it comes to wingers in the Premier League, he redefined, because I mean adding goals to it and all of that stuff, just not playing from dribble and cross and all those stuff, a clinical finisher. Yeah, so Thierry Henry, Alan Shearer. I didn't watch much of Alan Shearer anyways, but Kun Aguero, I've seen Harry Kane, I've seen Lewandowski. I mean, these are... It's difficult to isolate them in games. I mean, we saw Harry Kane with Son Heung-min under Jose Mourinho. What that partnership did. Crazy stuff they did. If my memory serves me right, I think they equaled the partnership between Lampard and Didier Drogba.
Lampard and Didier Drogba, and was it the Lampard? They surpassed Lampard and Drogba, and I think they called the Sheringham is it Carlton? What's his name that played for Manchester United? Cole.
Is it Carlton Cole?
Yeah, is it Carlton Cole? Andy Cole.
Andy Cole.
Yeah.
Okay. So, so you see what Hurricane did with that partnership, and at City we saw something similar because Kun Aguero had Kevin De Bruyne, to play with. Even David Silva was there in Man City that period. So you could see what Kun Aguero was doing with these guys. And then there's also Lewandowski from Borussia Dortmund to Bayern Munich. Okay. I needed to be sure of what I was, because that's Nicholas Jackson. It was a 1v1 situation, but from the side, from the wing he had a through ball.
He was 1-on-1 with the goalkeeper. I know he last minute put some pressure under him, but shouldn't he be dispatching that?
Well, do you know why I'm going to excuse him? He tried. Let it not be as if I'm hunting. I think as if I'm hunting Nicholas Jackson. He tried. The goalkeeper was wise enough to make himself larger, and that was actually a save from the goalkeeper. The reason why I'm going to excuse him is that he was under pressure. He was forced to lose balance, and he was coming in from the left-hand side of the attack, not from the central. So from the left-hand side, he needs to, as a right footer, although right footers are more sharper than left footers, because I think right footers, from any angle, the left side, the weaker foot of a right footer is good enough to cause damages, but the weaker foot of a left footer, I don't think is good enough to cause damages, because they will always want to dress the ball to that left leg. So he came in from that left-hand side, and under pressure, he still was able to maintain balance and take the shot, and then he couldn't really do much. If it was central, then I would have called for his head on the show this afternoon. But so that's why I'm going to excuse Nicholas Jackson for not scoring that one. It was 1v1 situation, but Chelsea are still on the ascendancy, looking to see if they can salvage a win. 3 points for themselves against Crystal Palace at Stamford Bridge. It's 94th minutes of the encounter. There are 8 minutes added time, and they've just played about 4+ minutes of that 8 minutes. So just about 3 minutes left for Chelsea to get additional 2 points for themselves, or Crystal Palace get another 2 points for themselves, because if Eberechi collects this ball from this kind of position, just like it looks like he might be getting it right now, it can become troublesome for Chelsea. But Chelsea have regained position. They are still hunting for that elusive one goal that will give them additional 2 points in this match. But here is Crystal Palace. They've lost it back to Chelsea. They are looking to build. So when you look at these guys, what they've done, the kind of mood of center forwards that they've been, you want to say Erling Haaland needs to add, but it's difficult for you to find these guys isolated. I just talked about Harry Kane and Son Heung-min under a coach that is famously known for being defensive, but they were scoring goals for fun under Jose Mourinho, and Harry Kane was given assists for fun. So you need to be a more complete striker to really function in that kind of system. So maybe not entirely taking credit to what he has done, because it's difficult to find strikers with that kind of accuracy, precision and instinct. So maybe not exactly taking credit, but those parts are lacking in Erling Haaland's game, and he needs to find a way to fill in.
Okay, well, Erling brought Haaland. Is he the best striker in the English Premier League history for you, or do you think he's on his way to being there? And also, do you think the fact that the man is more about putting the balls into the back of his net or into the back of the net than his style of play? Do you think that actually has an issue, or that would be a major problem as regards Erling brought Haaland? Ovie, you've had your eyes on the Chelsea Crystal Palace game. What is going on? They beat Wolves 6-2 last weekend. And now it's Crystal Palace, a side that they're used to winning at home. They always have a good record against Palace. No matter how poor Chelsea are, they win Palace at home. But they are not winning.
Well, the last few minutes have been crazy, both for both sides, trying to get the best of each other. We see Chelsea have seen most of the ball. So that nice dribble by João Felix, moving into the center to try and get that shot, but just didn't put enough power behind it, and it just rolled to Henderson and for a low ball. Chelsea, Crystal Palace. This is a Crystal Palace side that haven't been doing well for the past 2 games, and coming off a 6-0 win against Wolves. I expected Chelsea to have been able to get one out of this. Yes, 1-0. They could have held it. They could have held it down. But with Enzo Maresca's play style, I know they are much more an attacking side. Nicola Jackson maybe he could have put 1 or 2, but they've not had much chances. They've not had much chances to the game. There's still a few minutes to go. Something might still happen. Yesterday we saw Everton versus Bournemouth. Bournemouth came just 10 minutes into the end, and they were able to. That was closer from a corner kick, and that was easy. No, that was Mitchell. He had the chance to end the game, but no. And Enzo is on the floor. Maresca will have to see something how he's going to work on the team. I still feel that I'm not in the point to start judging. This is a relatively young side. I think the average on the field should be at least 22.8 or 22.7. So it's a very relatively young side, maybe the youngest in the Premier League currently. So Maresca is still seeing the way he can still work with them, see what they can still do. Most of the crop of players, they don't have experience in the Premier League like that. So it's still a side I still building, and I said when I've seen that we've gotten at least 10 games under the belt, or 15 or more than that, then I can start judging ball. Let's say 15-10, we can start judging ball. Chelsea have had this game. They could have killed the game long ago, but they didn't do that. Maybe say yes, the chances they've not converted chances, and that's what they really need to work on. Wolves were a poor side. Yes, 6-0. You can't buy 6 goals in the market. You have to work for those 6 goals. They did it, and they are going to have to be able to produce performances close to that if they want to climb up the table. We saw the deal with Sancho. They told Sancho if Sancho couldn't, if Chelsea do not reach at least 14th place in the table, then so it's a really big insult to Chelsea, I should say.
Okay, well, it's currently over at Stamford Bridge at this point in time, as Chelsea has played out a 1-0 draw with Crystal Palace, while Newcastle have defeated Tottenham Hotspurs by 2-1 in the other 2:30 kickoff this Sunday afternoon. Well, we do have to go for a quick commercial break. Do not go anywhere, as today's Sports Live will make a return as we will continue to talk about European football.
Today Box Limited, we produce polypropylene branded moving socks for companies and market use.
Oh yes, are you into rice production and packaging of all kinds? Our PP polypropylene bags is specially made for you. Bentoni Bags Limited, we produce top-notch branded bags, nylon for companies' use. Whatever business you are doing, you need our bags for packaging and easy movement. Our products are woven sacks available in different sizes, woven sacks available in all colors, and we also print on woven sacks, agro sacks, shopping sacks, twine, nail sacks, and general PP woven sacks. Locate us at plot in 23 Harbour Industrial Layout, Atani Road, behind the former Paul Mike Sports Stadium, Onisha. Our contact phone numbers are 0913-966-3639 or 0813-928-4850.
We produce polypropylene branded moving sacks for companies and market use.
Bentoni Bags Limited, we are known for uniqueness.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Yes, thank you for staying with us. This is still Today Sports Live on your premium talk news and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM, and welcome back from that short commercial break. And yes, you are still listening to the voice of Harry Ogugo, and I still have Reliable Reliance and Ovie Wallace in the building with me, and it's all over there in the 2:30 kickoffs, or for the 2:30 kickoffs in the English Premier League, as Tottenham Hotspur has lost by 2-1 to Newcastle, while Chelsea played out a 1-0 draw with Crystal Palace. We will have the game between Manchester United and Liverpool, the Super Sunday clash, on our screens from 4:30. Yeah, so definitely those in the second half of the show. We will be here to actually give you updates as regards that one. But let me run through the lineups as we do get ready for that game. Okay, for the Manchester United side, they line up in a 4-2-3-1 formation, and in goal we have Andre Onana. The four-man backline we have Nassar Mazraoui, Matthijs de Ligt, Lisandro Martinez and Diogo Dalot, and that's from right to left. The two men in front of them are Casemiro and Kobe Mainoo, while the three men in front of them are Alejandro Garnacho, Bruno Fernandes, and Marcus Rashford, and Joshua Zirkzee leads the line for Manchester United. And for Liverpool, they do line up in a 4-2-3-1 formation as well, with Alisson Becker in goal. The backline consists of Trent Alexander-Arnold at right back, Konate and Virgil van Dijk as a centre-back partnership, and Andrew Robertson playing at left back. The two men in front of them are Alexis McAllister and Ryan Gravenberch, while the three men just behind the lone striker, who is Diogo Jota, are Mohamed Salah from the right, Luis Diaz from the left, and Dominic Szoboszlai just playing behind Diogo Jota. Okay, elsewhere, scorelines across the major leagues in Europe. Like I did mention earlier, Chelsea has played out a 1-0 draw with Crystal Palace, while Newcastle did defeat Tottenham Hotspur by 2-1 in the French league on 17 minutes on the clock. It's Monaco 0, Lens 0, and in the German Bundesliga, Heidenheim are currently defeating Augsburg by 2-0. That game is at halftime. Yes, it's at halftime. You're halfway through that game at that point in time. No other major game across the major leagues in Europe. So let's head over to phone lines to get to hear from you. 0817-00-00951 and 0810-951-0951. Do you think Erling Braut Haaland is the greatest, or probably has the potential to make it to be the greatest striker the English Premier League has ever seen? The man has 70 Premier League goals already, and he's just started his third season at the club. 8 hat-tricks already. Fourth, beg your pardon, for most hat-tricks in the English Premier League. The most actually is Kun Aguero, and he has 12. So 4 more hat-tricks, and Erling Braut Haaland has actually broken matched Kun Aguero's record, and 5 more hat-tricks he has broken it. So do you think the man is actually the greatest, or he has the potential to be the greatest striker in the English Premier League? And also, do you think that the fact that there isn't more to his game than putting the ball into the back of the net, probably rules him out from being regarded as one? Beg your pardon. Yes, the fact that he doesn't have more to his game actually makes him, or make people doubt, or make you think that probably he just isn't up there, as regards when you look at past strikers like Thierry Henry, Michael Owen, Emmanuel Adebayor, Alan Shearer, and Kun Aguero. I mean, the man doesn't have more to his game, so why should he be regarded as the best player in the English Premier League, or best striker in the English Premier League history, or potential to be there depending on how long he stays at Manchester City? 0817-00000951, 0817-00000951, and 0810-951-0951, 0810-951-0951. Hello, caller. Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, Harry. Good afternoon. Happy Sunday.
Same to you.
Well, Amos, afternoon again.
Okay, Amos, please go ahead.
Okay, Harry, how is work?
Work is fine.
Haaland, your question. Well, I wouldn't want to really discuss about Haaland being one of the greatest in the EPL history. No, because it's still early for him. You understand? Though he's getting the numbers, but it's still early for him. To me, he hasn't even played up to Aguero and Harry Kane. He hasn't played up to the level of Aguero and Harry Kane.
Okay.
And he has not come close to Henry, Alan Shearer. He hasn't come close to those guys. But with time, maybe, injury can come in.
Okay.
So many things will come in. But those guys like Henry, not just scoring the goals, his goal involvement. So me, I'm not that type that stick to statistics. I don't really look at statistics in football because football is beyond just putting the ball behind the net. No, if it's only that, Cannavaro wouldn't have become the Ballon d'Or winner. Even Zidane, how many goals did he score? Ever since he was winning the Ballon d'Or. So it's beyond just putting the ball into the back of the net. He's still coming up. But if he continues like this, it will be a topic of debate. He will be one of the greatest if he continues like this.
Okay, so
thank you.
Is that all? Okay, thank you very much, Amos, for your thoughts there. Sorry, I did cut you off before you had something else to say. Do well to try and call in again. Well, the phone lines are open for you to air your thoughts. 0817-0000951 and 0810-951-0951. Now, Ovie, let me come over to you. In the space of, let's say, just under an hour, by 4 o'clock, beg your pardon, we will have the game between Manchester United and Liverpool on our screens. We are seeing the build up to that game at this point in time. Now, what are we going to expect? 2 Dutch managers, Erik ten Hag and Slot. You could say the battle of the shaved heads. I don't know, but I mean, quickly, what are we to expect? We've seen one coach come in newly, but sort of exert some sort of dominance, or has had it easier as regards implementing his ideas in the side, and it looks like the team is actually picking up. Than a coach who's been there for, this will be his 3rd season now. Yes, he's won 2 trophies, and he said he's brought through a lot of young players. What else would the fans want? But I mean, a lot of people are not really satisfied with what the man has actually done and feel he still has a lot to prove, although he doesn't feel that way at this point in time.
First, starting off with Liverpool, 2 matches. First against Ipswich, second against Brentford, and a beautiful slot ball. I would have been hearing some Liverpool fans calling it, and it dominated possession throughout the whole game. So I'm really expecting them to have most of the ball in the two legs, and they've not conceded. So Manchester United have conceded 2 games. They've kept a clean sheet. Manchester United, they are coming in doing that. That has been taken away from them. They have a draw and they have a loss to their name. So it's going to be a battle of 2 different philosophies. And I said this is a big game, no matter what people are claiming Manchester United to have done, or claiming Manchester United are not. This is a coach that, yes, you see tactically, some say they do not enjoy what he has done, but he did it. They could have won the last game. It was not his fault. He didn't win their last game. You see, maybe a misplacement for Zexi, just getting in the way of Garnacho, but he has done his work, and now it's just for them to see what they can do. Yeah, so some will still remember Liverpool trashing Manchester United 7 goals to nothing. 7 goals to nothing. So first game against Fulham, they dominated that game well. I was seeing something from Manchester United. Second game against Brighton, yeah, you see Brighton. This Brighton are very different with Fabian Rosella. They are doing extremely well, and coming into the game, Manchester United, yes, we need to go to be a tough game for them, and they could have won the game, as I said, if not for Zirkzee. So the battle of the boards, as you will say, Liverpool and Slot bringing in, maybe we would see a Chiesa play. I do not know if it's in the lineup. You're still going to call the lineup later. So
I have called the lineup, but I didn't call the bench.
Yeah, he's here on the bench.
We will Federico Chiesa is not on the bench.
So we won't be seeing Kiesa play maybe in their third or maybe their fourth or fifth match. But how Slot has been playing, they have been playing nice, sweet, fluid football. Their last game against Brentford, there was a time in the final third quarter we saw that quick pass against with Salah, Jota, Nunes, and Jota and Salah. How they were able to quickly move the ball into the box, even while in the final third, they're still able to move the ball, see how to get that possession. So that's what Manchester United they're going to have to see. They're going to have to sit back, let Liverpool play let Liverpool play around the ball and try to see how they can get the ball, try and win the ball and then move on the counter. Because if they try and force their way into the Liverpool Liverpool's game, they're going to be sucked into Slot static, and then it's going to be a quick death for them, because Liverpool now they know how to move the ball fast. The last two games we saw them move on transition very quick, very fast. So Liverpool, so Manchester United, yes, we know they have PC wingers. They're going to have to sit back, and I hope Bruno Fernandes. He's starting for the lineup. He's starting.
He's starting playing behind Zexi.
He's playing behind Zexi. So giving Zexi a start, that is actually that's actually a good turn for me from the last two games, because Bruno Fernandes is not good at that position. And then we saw we saw the first game when he introduced Zexi, and then Bruno Fernandes had to drop back, letting Zexi take on that road. Fernandes was free to move. So now giving Zexi that starts, letting Zexi stay at the front. You're giving Fernandes the space to be able to play around, able to get those passes and find his man, and you're giving him that free role. Garnacho also starting on the left. So this is going to be so for me, Manchester United, don't try and get sucked into the tactics. Stay back. Maybe say you take a low block, but at least a mid block. A mid block should be okay for Liverpool. Try and soak up the pressure. Do not rush at them too much. If you rush at them too much, they are going to get those quick passes. Going to move into transition quickly, and before you know, is a goal. The match, if I should grade how the match will end, I would say yes, maybe. Looking at the two teams, I'll say a draw. I'll say a draw. Or if it's a draw, I'll say Liverpool win, and it will be 1-0. I don't feel Liverpool are going to concede.
Okay, 1-0 if it's not a draw for Ovier. Hello, caller. Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Name and location.
Yes, my name is Mr. Raphael, and I'm calling from Elebe Town.
Okay, Mr. Raphael, please go ahead.
Yes, I want to comment on the Erling Haaland taking over the EPL. You see, football is about scoring goals and having an eye for goals. So Erling Haaland is young, and I think he has more years to play. So he's going to really take over the EPL. He's going to score more goals. He has eye for goals, positioning. That is about football. Football is about scoring, not really skill, but you also have to have the skill. He has some skill, but I think he's going to score goals. He's going to score what I call goals. So Erling Haaland has the potential, and I think he's going to take over, because football is about goals. You not possession. So Erling Haaland has the potential, and I think he's going to be there.
Okay. So,
yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your thoughts there, Mr. Raphael. Do well to keep the calls coming in as the phone lines are open. And you can send your thoughts to the SMS and WhatsApp portal as well. Now, one from the SMS portal says, "Greetings, sports pundits. Politics no go gree us here. Boys and girls prefer following politicians and also betting. Please find out." I don't know what you want us to find out, but that text is from IG, beg your pardon, from Port Harcourt. So, what do you want us to find out, IG? Please elaborate if you can, and you are still listening to us. Well, in Formula 1, Charles Leclerc has won it over there in Italy. Yes, so he's won it in Monza, the Italian Grand Prix. Charles Leclerc is the champion of the Italian Grand Prix, or winner, beg your pardon, of the Italian Grand Prix. 0817-00000951 and 0810-951-0951. It's Manchester United up against Liverpool. Some would say the biggest clash as regards English football history. Would you see coming out of this one? The battle of the Dutch coaches, Arne Slot and Erik ten Hag. Would you think will come out victorious in this one? Now, obviously, there's a line of thought that it's not as energetic and frantic as Jurgen Klopp. It's more calm, more collected, with Arne Slot. Now, do you think that's a problem, or that's going to be a problem for Manchester United? Because it's not something they're used to when coming up against this Liverpool side. You have a Liverpool side that complete more passes nowadays, that try to hold on to the ball as much as possible nowadays. Now, do you think United will actually struggle to cope with that?
That's one of the issues that Ten Hag is going to have to face, because we know what happened during the club era, the game press era, try and rush at you, get the ball and immediately move into the attack. They lose the ball immediately, they press again, they just keep on pressing. So that's why I said you just have to just sit back and just watch. Let them play their game, let them play their ball, and when they get too close, win the ball back, because they are going to make mistakes during the passes and try and cut out the passes, try and cut out the passing lanes from the full backs to the wingers, try and cut back the passing lanes from the central backs to the midfielder, so you can at least even though you're cutting the lanes to the midfielder, you're able to move the ball where you want the ball to be. So that, I'm sure that's what Ten Hag should have told them, because it's a slow paced game, but it can really turn up quick when Slot really wants them to turn up to switch up the pace with the ball. They are going to have the ball a lot, as I said. I will expect Liverpool to have the better possession of the ball. They are going to move the ball around quicker. They are going to move the ball around slow. That slow pace is going to be a headache for Ten Hag. So, as I said, don't rush them. Let them play their ball, win the ball back, and then hit on the counter. It's just as simple as that.
Okay, so hold the ball back and hit on the counter. So, I mean, does this game actually give us maybe some clarity as regards also, I know it's early on in the season, but the title race, Arsenal have dropped points already. Manchester City have started like a house of fire, 4-1, 3-1, and they also defeated Chelsea by 2-0. I mean, is Liverpool condemned to actually winning this one, knowing that City, who potentially they are meant to see, they are seen as one of the potential contenders with Manchester City for the title this season, that since City won yesterday, they have to match that, and since Arsenal drawn points, is a chance to create an early advantage for yourself.
Yes, this is a chance to create an early advantage, especially in the early games of the season. It's the matches away that you want to win. We saw how Arsenal did it last season against Manchester City, getting that away win first. Really, you see when they got home in the last phase of the season, they should have at least put that first and the same energy they put into the away match, and maybe they could have won the league. But is this kind of matches that Slot will want to win, or at least make sure that at least you can get away with a draw, because it's still going to come and bite you in the season, because when you're playing the whole game, you have the home advantage, and you know that okay, you might at least be guaranteed to fight for something for that, to at least get a win. Might almost be in the bag, but it's the away games that are hard to win, especially in Old Trafford. Ten Hag is as much as he has 2 trophies. We all know that he's still on the guillotine. He hasn't his neck is still on the guillotine. It has not removed from there. People are still watching him. People are still expecting him to still drop whatever he's doing. And Ten Hag coming into this is against the big teams that you want to win. Yeah, yes, we know the little teams can hurt you when you're not watching, but at least get your wins against the big team. Liverpool, no matter how much they change coaches, they're still going to be a big side, and they've come to stay. So Ten Hag is going to see how you can get that early advantage. 1 win, 1 loss. That's 3 points. That's 3 points only, and Arsenal, Manchester City and the rest are ahead, and you don't want the same problem that happened last. You don't want the same thing that happened last season, same thing that happened. Okay, last 2 seasons was still better, but last season you don't want the same thing. You want to start well and you want to end the season well. So these are the games that are going to define the moment, especially for Liverpool. This is what's going to define Slot's era. These are one of the matches that are going to define Slot's era.
Okay, 0817-0000951 and 0810-951-0951. What do you see happening in this game between Manchester United and Liverpool? Are you expecting United to get a victory, or do you think Liverpool will get a victory, or do you think it's a draw? Do you think both sides will share the spoils at the end of the day? I mean, And if Slot wins, does it mean that Slot is the better coach than Eric Ten Hag at this point in time? Because I mean, Ten Hag has been there in the English Premier League for 2 years, and he's had this Manchester United side at disposal for 2 years, and Slot comes in within a couple of months, defeats him in a competitive game. Do you think at that point you could say maybe Liverpool got the best or the better bald-headed Dutch coach at this point in time? Well, let's take a look at Barcelona, as you do get called in to air your thoughts. Reliance, we saw a Barcelona some will say we've not seen in a long time, or we've been seeing a Barcelona some will say we've not seen in a very long time. Now, what is it Hansi Flick has done that Xavi could not do with literally the same set of players?
Okay, so Flick is a more experienced manager, way more experienced manager
definitely,
than Xavi.
But Flick's Barca looks so appealing to that.
It should be appealing.
Xavi's Barca looked slow and sluggish and tiring.
There should be that difference now. As a Flick, he won the Sept didn't he? With Bayern Munich. Another kind of person when they talk. So don't win Champions League. Now one can compare Xavi. No, nah.
Is the trade. He has won the trade. We're not shouting it, we're not shouting it.
You understand? So Flick is a more experienced manager than Xavi is, and could probably make something out of nothing. Because honestly, that Barcelona team didn't look like there was. Alaji walks into the studio. So that Barca team didn't look like they had a direction, when Xavi was the coach. And you're looking at that and you're thinking, what's possibly going to happen to this Barca team in the next couple of years if Xavi remains the coach? And then plus the inability to make signings, or maybe the financial instability that definitely will play on the mindset of the players. Because when you're working in a system that is not financially stable, you're asking yourself, maybe so wake up one day, this place no exist again, how can't they find work or something? So it plays on the psychology of the players. And then Akai Gondogan just left, which is also related to wage bill, trying to clear wage bill and all that stuff. So with that, it looked like Barca didn't have a direction under Xavi. But Flick comes in, maybe a few couple of games, because season is still long, and then you're seeing at least you're seeing something enticing. At least Barca should be able to beat Real Valladolid by 7-0. You understand? Barca should beat Valladolid by 7-0, and they actually did. So it promises to be exciting for Hansi Flick. There will be challenging times, which for me always defines who a coach is. Slot, for instance, has started well. When those tumultuous times start to come, how you deal with it and evolve tells me who you are. Jurgen Klopp had a fair share of that tumultuous time.
I did it twice.
I had it twice, and he was able to pull through in both situations. So that defines a coach. That challenging time is going to come for Hansi Flick. But I want to believe psychologically he should be in a better place to manage it than his predecessor, which is Xavi, at this point in time, because of the experience he has garnered in coaching. So I think the difference is just about experience, just about understanding the players and setting them up in a way that they ought to function very well, function better than they functioned in the past. And it has worked out for the man against Valladolid. Barca fans want to see more of that. Barca fans want to have the bragging, not the bragging rights, because they do not have any bragging rights right now in Spain. The bragging rights belongs to Real Madrid now in Spain. But they want to have something to contest, to brag about, even though I still think the season is Madrid's own to lose. But at least there should be should be a ray of light somewhere in the dark to show that okay, it's promising, for Barcelona. And as a Flick looks like he's on the path of resuscitating Barcelona or doing that. But at the same time, we want to be very careful, allow the season to run toward mid-season and see what Barca becomes.
Okay, so do you think you've seen enough to believe they can actually compete with Madrid this season? it shouldn't be smooth sailing for Madrid.
Look, on paper, that Madrid team is too scary compared to Barca. It's very scary. Madrid looks complete in all aspects, even though I will argue that they will still miss the services of the recently retired player Toni Kroos in that middle. So, but I mean, Valverde is there. Tchouaméni will come in and try his best. Even Camavinga can debutize, So that team looks scary compared to Barca, and they have the age advantage. And when you want to paint an art, when you want to draw, when you want to add fine lines and touches and make the drawings very sweet and better and very eye-catchy, you throw in Luka Modric into the middle, and he comes in with that experience. He doesn't need to stress himself because, his age. There are guys that will run around for him. All he needs to do is just find those spaces, dictate the game gradually, a few runs here and there. So the team looks scary compared to Barca, unless the dynamics doesn't just favor Real Madrid. Already, they need to find that rhythm, which I don't think they've found just yet. It's just about how many matches in the season. I think two matches.
This will be the Barca yesterday played their fourth. Madrid will play their fourth game.
Mm-hmm. So just about how many matches in the season. I don't think they've found the rhythm yet. The dynamics up front will need to really work out well. The chemistry is very, very required between Vini, Mbappe, and Rodrigo, especially understanding that Mbappe is more of a winger than a centre forward. So they need to find that dynamics and have that chemistry. Unless they struggle to have it well worked out, and that takes them towards the midpoint of the season, then I would say it's not going to be a smooth sailing for Real Madrid. But if, as at match week 10, Madrid have gotten their mojo, they flow very well, trust me, Barca will still need to find places. We still need to play catch-up to Madrid this season, at least when you're judging by the personnel they have. And I think it's even more of the attacking lineup where that chemistry really, really required. But if you want to look at it, the defense line, these guys have been there with themselves for some years now. We know what Rudiger brings to the table anytime, any day. We saw him towards the later part of his Chelsea career. Of course, no thanks to the back and forth with Frank Lampard. But before he left, we saw him. We went to Madrid. The early stages didn't really has it right, but along the line he gelled. Then that middle, exception of the departure or the retirement of Toni Kroos, it's just the puzzle that is not his field. So I think it's majorly the attacking setup that really needs to find that chemistry. And when they have that chemistry in combination with the defense, with the midfielders, so that they can transition very well, they will just flow. So if they struggle to get that up until match week, should I say 15, then it's going to be a problem. But if it's as at match week 10, they've gotten that chemistry up front, Barca will still play catch up.
Okay, 0817-00-00951 and 0810-951-0951. Phone lines are open for you to call in and your thoughts. The game between Liverpool and Manchester United is about to start as Manuel Ugarte was actually unveiled to the fans at Old Trafford. Hello, caller. Good afternoon and welcome. Good evening.
Hello.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. Name and location.
This is Barcelona chairman calling from Rumolo.
Okay, Barcelona chairman, please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I hear what you talk. We follow everything. Barcelona, yes, for paper. Madrid, they informed. Then they no be. I cannot say them they informed. Then they complete. It's complete team. Both front, both midfield, both attack. But paper need to play ball. Because if you say paper they play ball, by now Madrid for don't get about 16 goals or 8 goals. For the keep clean sheet. But for don't score, Mbappe for don't score like Haaland they score 7 goals now. Mbappe for don't get 7 goals. But he need to work. It doesn't work that way. Not be by, not be name they play ball. Now teamwork. If you send a name, when PSG for win everything, when Messi and Mbappe and the Neymar they get. So even when Rahul, Zidane, Ronaldo, the Neymar, they Madrid, we still win league that year. So then they play ball. We go shock everybody, the whole world. We go shock the whole world this season.
Okay.
This season we go shock. That Madrid no go pick win that league. Record this thing why they talk now. Madrid no go pick win this league this season. They no go pick win that. Now Barcelona is this. Barcelona season is this.
Okay.
Because I don't check the whole station. They don't try to give Madrid in the next before 30 matches. Madrid don't win the league before 20 matches. Madrid don't win the league. You know, if somebody tell you that say Madrid now out of 3 matches now only 1 win the dog they go get. Nobody go agree. 2 draw 1. Even the last match now robbery. These people score goals where they cancel. Tell me this is where they cancel that goal. When they go sit and wait. Even if they carry that robbery condition, they no go work for them. Even the one where they carry that through robbery, they help them. Nothing they play, nothing come out. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Barcelona legend. Yeah, do want to keep the calls coming in. Okay, we lost that one 0817-00-00951 and 0810-951-0951. We also have Osas in the building. That's why you're pointing at me.
For a particular reason, you know why. We're going to fight after the show.
Don't worry, I have my boxing gloves. Don't worry.
All right.
And we have a boxing promoter.
Yes.
Zio Sports.
So
they will just come in.
We are complete.
We are complete. Fight.
We are complete.
I will be referee.
Yeah, as far as I get
I don't
my
trust
money,
you. That's
as far as I get my money at the end of the day, I don't care if you're a referee.
I think
that's why I feel just bread you small so you could just cream me back.
No, bread you. I didn't forget to have
Okay, let's get to hear from this caller. Hello, caller. Good evening.
Hello.
Hello. Good evening. Yeah, this sounds like Amos.
Yes, Amos, Barcelona legend.
Okay, please go ahead.
Henry, Reliance, and the rest. I greet all of you. You know me, I don't discuss my football by sentiment. You know, I'm a Barcelona fan to the core. Okay, but looking at the field of play, I look at the way teams play and discuss my ball. See, it is normal that Barcelona should have defeated Valladolid 7-0. But if I can bet if it is Javi's Barcelona, I don't think we would have won 7-0. We might have struggled to win 1-0 or 2-1. You understand? So I am really impressed with what Hansi Flick is doing. I'm really, really impressed because look at that Barcelona team. Players are not there. Barcelona is just like Crystal Palace. As it stands now, it's just like Crystal Palace or Brighton. But the way of play, high pressing, okay, stability, team stability, they defend together, they attack together. So, but Hansi Flick is now bringing that Barcelona of Rijkaard's era. Unfortunately, players are not available for him. But I know for sure, by October, Gavi and De Jong will come. They will come in by October, November. Those guys will come, and Barcelona will do very well. As for winning the league, for now, I can't really tell who is going to win the league. Until Madrid, let me tell you, when Toni Kroos left, I told a lot of my friends who support Madrid that the man who plays the ball is Toni Kroos. So Real Madrid is going to struggle. Valverde and the rest, they are not creating. Those guys are not creating. They are more of box to box. And I see Don Carlo making a very big mistake in that up front. When Mbappe came, I predicted the only way that their up front will work is for him to sacrifice Rodrigo. What Rodrigo and Vinicius Jr. was doing last season, that is what he should have used Mbappe and Vinicius Jr. Because Mbappe plays better on the flanks, precisely the left flank. But now you can't sacrifice Vinicius Jr. for him. So he should have allowed Mbappe for a free role on that up front, for the free role. Why Vinicius Jr. operates from the left. Rodrigo and Hendrick, those guys must be sacrificed. If he doesn't do that, and he's playing 3-man attack, they will struggle to come out second. I'm telling you, if Don Carlo does not change to that is diamond formation 4-4-2 and sacrificing those top strikers, Madrid will struggle to come out second. I'm telling you. So with the way Barcelona is playing, I don't think if Madrid even meet Barcelona now, I don't think they will be able to play Barcelona. I don't think so. Because they will not see the ball to play in the midfield. They won't see the ball to play. So as it stands now, Barcelona is loaded and they are playing with high pressing, high pressure, and they are stable. You understand? So like Spain, before they won the Euro, who was there? Apart from maybe Fabian Ruiz and this guy, Rodri. No established that though their players were good. But compared to that of France, England and the rest, their players are not good like England and France or Portugal. But look at how they won the Euro easily. To me, they won the Euro easily. Look at Morata that was gone. Morata was gone. How many people knew Oyazaba? How many persons knew him? But he came. They scored the winning goal. So it's not about having Vinicius Junior, Rodrigo, Henry, and Mbappe in a team. It goes beyond that. But with what Hansi Flick is doing, though I knew from the beginning he would try, but I didn't know he would get to this level. I didn't know. He's so impressive. You understand? For winning the title is early. But with Madrid, they don't tweak things. They continue in this way. I'm telling you, coming out second will be hard for them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Amos, the Barcelona legend. Well, Liverpool have taken the lead against Manchester United. Fine build up from the back. Luis Diaz squares across the post. Alexander Arnold putting the ball into the back of the net, but the goal is being checked for offside at this point in time, and we'll wait to see what VAR actually has to say about that one. And it looks like the goal will actually be cancelled. The goal won't stand.
I think he was. I think what's his name? Trent.
No, Trent wasn't offside. Salah looked.
I think Salah was offside from the point where Diaz had the ball and was about to cross, because he had the goal has been cancelled. I mean, look at it here now. At this point, Salah is off. Look at it. Salah is off Definitely. At this point. And he had involvement in the ball before Trent eventually finished it. So that's why the goal is rightly ruled out for offside, because Salah was offside before the pass came from Luis Diaz, and he was involved in the gameplay, and it was a rebound off Salah's leg that Trent took the shot at goal and eventually ended at the back of the net. So I think they had a right, not even I think, that's the right decision.
So reasons for United to be worried?
Yeah, of course, because they started like a house on fire. They were quick. Ziggy combining very well. Mainu, Casemiro. I mean, you could see the pace from Manchester United. They had possession, and we're still seeing maybe something a little bit similar. But Liverpool was like the team trying to slow the pace of the game down. When they had the ball, they were looking to circulate passes. But at just one instance that Liverpool decided to play the quick ball, because Liverpool can actually play that quick ball, those quick transition. I mean, it's the signature of Jurgen Klopp. So at just that instance where Liverpool had the ball and they decided to give Manchester United a taste of their own medicine, the way they started, it ended up the back of the net. So definitely reasons for them to be worried.
Okay, well, I also have the demigod Osas in the studio here with me this evening. Osas, good evening and welcome to the show.
Good evening to you, Henry, and I'm delighted to be here this evening. But remember, we've got a bout after the show by 6 p.m.
Don't worry, I'm going out to warm up. You'll be very tired by the time you come out of here.
All right.
You would have been I'd have been refreshed, right? Yes, I'd have been refreshed.
But the problem there is that you just finish a 3-hour show, for instance, and it's going to do just 2 hours.
No, but that's 2 hours break.
Okay, that's 2 hours break.
Yes, I will make sure he has a break. There will be no break for him.
So once he finishes,
we'll just go straight to it. Now, Osas, let's talk about Barcelona as quickly as possible. No, Real Madrid, beg your pardon, as quickly as possible. How worried? I mean, yeah, within the club, they do believe it's just a matter of time before Mbappe, Vinicius, everything gets to click. But I mean, do you think there's actually any concern for worry or any reason for worry at this point in time? Because I mean, we look at it, it's so disjointed up front, and against Valladolid in the previous game, they had to force the issue in the penultimate game. Then Las Palmas last time out, it wasn't the best, a 1-0 draw. So I mean, is there something? Or are Madrid fans, should they be looking at that, and should they be worried at this point Henry, I think for me, Madrid at this point are experiencing a transition, and it happens whenever a team comes to a point where you have to change legs. You can see that at the end of the season, some key players either left or were not guaranteed that continuous play. The likes of Toni Kroos, Modric is no longer the Modric we used to know. Sometimes he will just come in and the others he will be out. So definitely at this point you will be trying to find your feet. That is what is happening to Real Madrid right now. But I think every Real Madrid faithful will need to be worried at this point. Being worried not because they are not turning in the performances, they are not turning in the results, but the worries right now is because Barcelona under Hans Flick is a rejuvenated side. 3 games, 9 points. It's no mean feat. It's the last time we saw that happen in Catalonia. It's been a while. 3 straight games, victory, and you can see them firing on all cylinders. The front three of Lewandowski, Lamine Yamal, as well as the Brazilian that was at the Leeds United, Rafinha. You can see that they are all on fire at this point in time, and the confidence continues to grow. And if you allow that gap, because the gap is building, it's increasing. Once it goes to that level, by the time Real Madrid peaks, it might be difficult to catch up with Barcelona. That's one of the fears right now that will be running through the minds of Carlo Ancelotti. We're running through the minds of every Real Madrid faithful at this point in time. It's not like it was that period where the stakes were down for every other team. Barcelona has picked up, and picking up, Real Madrid has to fight to match up with whatever has been placed in front of them by Barcelona. Okay, 0817-0000951 and 0810-9510951. Phone lines are open. Call in and air your thoughts as regards everything we've actually discussed on the show so far today or on the show. Now, Reliance, you've had your eyes on the Liverpool-Manchester United game. I mean, how has that game been shaping up? What's been happening on the field of play?
Well, Erik ten Hag looks like he wants to do something differently this time, or should I say this season, because they've had a better share of possession since kickoff of this match, and they are rushing at Liverpool. The tempo is high from Manchester United. Joshua Zirkzee has been contributive. I mean, a typical centre forward that drops in to contribute to the general gameplay. So Ten Hag has been busy trying to form a pattern that will earn him a goal, but they've just have had difficulties breaking into the Liverpool's defence.
All right. Okay, drop call situation there. The phone lines are still open. 0817-000951, 0810-951-0951. You could call in and air your views on all that we have been talking about right from the beginning. Right now, it is Osasin Hirin on this side of the microphone leading proceedings, and I've still got the guys right here with me. There is Reliable Reliance and Ovie Wallace. Hello, caller. Good afternoon to you. Good evening to you. Welcome to the show.
Good evening. Well done.
Name, location, and submission. Ernest.
Yeah, my name is Mr. Jumbo.
All right, go ahead.
I'm calling from Alakaya.
Alakaya, welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you. Barcelona this year is going to surprise a lot of people. The reason being that Hansi Flick, that German guy, the coach. There is this German word I want you to copy the dictionary. Blitzkrieg. That is the pattern he is using. So it's the German word that came during the War, the Second World War. When Hitler would just own it, he knocked weapons and invaded the country. He did it to Belgium and did it also to Poland and Austria as well.
All right.
And that is what they are using now. They just rush you and attack you and attack you and attack you. They don't give you space to beat nothing. And it will worry other Spanish teams because they are not used to playing in that direction. And then secondly, this year, one thing, if you check through Barcelona and Real Madrid, competing against each other.
All right.
The moment points build up to 6 or 7, the other team will not be able to catch up. It's already 4 now. So, if anything happens that will make Barcelona get 7 points ahead of it, the league is over already because they will not let down.
All right.
And besides, between Real Madrid and Barcelona, what normally besides them is the Clasico.
The El Clasico.
If you look at last season, yes, it was 11 points that Barcelona used to go down and Madrid there with 11 points. Now, if Barcelona had won the two Clásicos, they would have gotten 6 points. Real Madrid won the two Clásicos, they would have lost 6 points. And Barcelona would have won the league last year. But they lost the two Clásicos and they lost the league. Now, but this year, I don't see this Barcelona team losing two Clásicos. I don't see it. So what they will just do is they will share the points, maybe 3 points, 2 points, whatever. And Barcelona will keep winning other teams that are not used to this type of pressing game in Spain. They will win the league unless they begin to play seriously. Now Barcelona lose points while they are winning. If they are not winning, Barcelona is winning points, 7 or 8 points, the league is over. I can assure you of that because I've followed Barcelona for a long time. You don't lose when you get 7 points advantage over Real Madrid. So that is my submission about Barcelona and Real Madrid this year in La Liga.
All right, thank you so much, Jumbo, calling from Alakaya there. The phone lines are still open. You could be part of the conversation. 0817-000951, 0810-9510-951. Or better still, you could reach us from the SMS and the WhatsApp portal by dropping a line to 0701-933-9962. Reliance, he did make mention of the fact that Hansi Flick has brought a different style of play to Barcelona where he gets to rush you. That German kind of machine football is what exactly they are more direct with whatever they want to do now, unlike the previous era of passing the ball to the death to see if you can even pass it into the post. But this is Hansi Flick with a different style of play. But it hasn't been really tested. Who exactly will be given that test? And if that happens, if he's been unlocked, if that code he brings or he has brought into the La Liga is unlocked, how then would he be able to go forward concerning that?
I think Hansi Flick has always been an attacking-minded coach and a coach that wants to press. Even when you watch him at Bayern Munich, you could find indications and signs of that. And he also look at the Spanish under-23 team that won the Olympic gold for men in men's football. They were used possession of the ball, but they were more direct and they were equally pressing. Probably it's a system that they want to establish in Spain these days, because we saw that with the under-23 team that won the gold medal in football, beating Thierry Henry's France. So now the only team that can test how far that will work is in the Clásico. I think it's Real Madrid, because again, that is not new to Real Madrid themselves. Real Madrid do press, and Carlo Ancelotti plays. He does not play possessive football. He plays a direct football, something that on the surface you might want to call a counter-attacking football, but it's not exactly counter-attacking football because he has players, that has the ability to hold on to the ball, but they are quick and he has young players. So it's not entirely new to Carlo Ancelotti and his Real Madrid side, especially now that I think the transition for Real Madrid is completed. So especially now where there are new players who are more like mainstay now, and at the same time they have pace advantage, they have the strength. Chouameni can complete 90 minutes. I don't even want to talk about Eduardo Camavinga, and then there's also Valverde, who is expected to be the heir to the throne of Toni Kroos.
Toni Kroos, yes.
So then the defense lineup, you have a very mobile Rudiger, at the defense lineup. So I honestly think that it's not really new to Carlo Ancelotti with the kind of football he has played with Madrid for the past couple of seasons, and they remain the only taste. Now, if that has been found out by Madrid, then maybe Atletico could follow suit. Maybe a little bit of Villarreal and Sevilla could equally become a stumbling block. Then if Girona can maintain the form that they had last season, then it can equally become a stumbling block. It's a case of Flick. We need to find a way to make it work, because Osas, you can find a coach out in a game, but it doesn't mean that the coach would change his entire philosophy. All right. He's still going to play the basis of being quick, direct, and pressing football. Jurgen Klopp is known for what he's known for. Even if in some games he's unlocked and he gets to concede, but he still win trophies with it. Pep Guardiola, the same thing. Although Pep Guardiola had some tactics, And in every game, when there is need for a change in formation or a change in approach, he would do it. But we if you want to talk about how Pep Guardiola plays, we know it. So it's not going to force the man to change the entire philosophy and find a way to resist the opponents or to create resilience. He will just need to add one or two, to what is already established, because that's how he will need the team to play. Antonio Conte was found out in Chelsea the following season, in the Premier League rather, after winning the league with Chelsea. But, he still played 3 at the back. It was difficult for teams to understand his 3 at the back pattern then in Chelsea. But I think it was the following season where Arsenal more or less exposed, Antonio Conte's 3 at the back style of football. And then there was that struggle, admittedly. But you go to Inter Milan and, he was able to soar and fly higher, winning the Scudetto for Inter. So, it doesn't mean that it's going to change entirely, but a couple of tricks and additions he will still, because you will need that team to get used to it. You need the team to find balance with that approach, to find chemistry with that approach. And if you change all entirely because of maybe 1 or 2, 3 games struggle due to coming up against a coach that understands tactics and reads football very well, and then it means you're not going to have that chemistry, and it's going to become a problem in the long run. So just a couple of additions, and also find a way to neutralize with that. So sometimes you don't actually need to change your approach. Sometimes all you need to do is to neutralize your opponents or the strength of your opponents. And to do that, you don't necessarily need to change approach. It could maybe a man marking could do, or maybe a zone marking, could do, and then before you know, you neutralize your opponents just like they attempted to neutralize you. So, as a tactician, just a couple of additions and then maybe try to neutralize the opponent would do, but not an entire change of the philosophy. We need to maintain it because the team needs to get used to it.
All right, and we're still having our eyes on what's all the proceedings between Manchester United and Liverpool right there at the Old Trafford, as the back four of Manchester United, talking about Nasri Mazraoui, Matis De Ligt, Lisandro Martinez and Diogo Dalot have been doing pretty well, trying to keep away Liverpool's front three of Mohamed Salah, Diogo Jota, Luis Diaz, and maybe Dominic Szoboszlai from getting something for Liverpool. It is still back and forth between both sides as we hope to see who would register a goal in this particular encounter first. 23 minutes of play. Yes, 23 minutes of play. No goals to be recorded between both sides. It's been an end-to-end encounter, and definitely we'll be letting you in on everything happening in that particular center at this point. And let me have my eyes, or let me look into the SMS portal, as this one says, please give us results of Nigerian matches. All right. That is what we are here for. We're here for you. We're here to serve you better. And this is definitely that time where we get to talk about Nigerian football. And the good news is that the Nigerian Premier Football League is back. Things just got interesting in the Nigerian Premier Football League, because yesterday we saw the game between the Rangers, the Antelopes, Enugu Rangers, or Rangers International of Enugu, any one of them you want to call, the Flying Antelopes as they are fondly called, or the Cathedral Boys if you want to say that. Yes, they were up against El Kanemi Warriors yesterday. That game ended in a goalless draw. There are no goals, yes, pretty boring, yes, but the beauty was that the NPFL board told us that they will start the league on the 31st of August, and miracles, no they tire Jesus. Yes, they did start the league on the 31st of August. Something that every Nigerian is rejoicing to at this point in time. Reliance, I don't know if you're also rejoicing.
Well, so I like facing reality. So I rejoice on the grounds of reality because it's not in their DNA. It's not fair for them to start league when they announce, so that's why I'm going to rejoice. Other than that, it's not something to celebrate. It's not something to celebrate because it's the EPL said August 16. In fact, things me I born.
Don't compare the Nigerian Premier League to the EPL. No, maybe, at least for once, let's celebrate for once.
Maybe
there was no postponement.
Maybe not comparing exactly, but I mean, if you set a deadline or a day for commencement of the league, you should stick to it. You know, so that's standard. So they've just done what they are supposed to do.
Okay.
You know, so that's why I don't really, I'm not really supposed to celebrate
right.
it. But coming from a realistic point of view, where they are not used to it, I'll just give them thumbs up. At least you've kept to your words this time.
All right, and let me still bring one that will make Reliance celebrate at this point. It's not just the commencement of the league. Reports coming in also indicate that Propel Sports are doing pretty great. 9 camera angles are now being seen. For those that did see the match, what happened is Propel Sports have improved on the cameras that they have. Now we have cameras with good angling, zooming. Now there's also replays available. There is a statistics display as games are going on, as well as match highlights can now be followed from the various centers or any center that is being covered. So you can see that there is that step-by-step improvement in the Nigerian Premier Football League. And I did see the MPFL branded ball yesterday, and it reminded me of the UEFA Champions League. Reliance is laughing.
Well, I'm happy for you guys. I'm sincerely happy for you guys. But I'm still gonna have to maintain where I've been. These are not.
But Reliance, you must agree that the rebuilding process is up and running.
Yeah,
definitely
true.
Definitely,
it's up and running. That's why, you know, when we talked about Nigerian sport in its entirety, I was trying to finger areas or sports where there are developments, despite everything looking nosediving at the moment. And at least I mentioned the MPFL because we've seen rebranding, we've seen steady rising in the development of the MPFL. I mentioned handball, the Nigeria Wrestling Federation, and also, yeah, I must admit there's that steady rising in it. There's that improvements there. The prize money has been increased, which is one. We'll now talk about new angles, stats, match highlights, branded MPFL ball, all of this. So these are indications of improvement and intention to revive the league, to rebrand the league, because it would have been very disappointing if they give us a taste of what we saw last season. Last season was a bit of an improvement of the previous season.
Yeah.
So it would have been disappointing for you to give us to remain there or even degrade. But now
there's
you're stepping up.
There's a step up.
You understand? MPFL referees are expected to use gadgets, communication gadgets. They had a training in Abuja and they practiced with the communication gadgets. So this is step up. That means somebody is intentional.
Not only that, 50% added to their salary. They are now going to be flying.
Even though we have to wait for that, because
the same way you waited for the league to commence and it did commence, definitely you see them fly over. They will fly in the skies
until I see them. Or whoa, that was beautiful. That was good dribble by Kobe Maino. So Osas, yes, I want to see it happen. I want to see it happen until, because I had a conversation with an active referee in the Nigeria Premier Football who confirmed to me that communication gadget promise, yes, they've practiced with it. Increment 50%. Why are you behind? Anyways, good thing that
Matches the elite
was able to dispossess. That should be Trent Diaz rather of that ball. Else, I would have questioned the other defender. Why was he behind, leaving the elite in a 1v1 situation? So he confirmed these things, and the 50% increment, he told me that, look, we've not seen it yet though. We've not received official correspondence to this effect. We've not seen it. We're only seeing it on social media. From the media, newspapers, journalists talking about it, just like you're just telling us. So we've not really confirmed this, that they were going to wait until the first match day, which happened yesterday, and then they'll reach out to their colleagues and say, Alpha, the increment, you understand, the increment, it reflects, you fly, your hotel, your accommodation, where they talk, say they go pay, I think, how many hours before the game, Alpha, maybe 24 or 48 hours before the game. They have to confirm these things before they now believe that it's happening, since they've not been official correspondence, and that's because it's Nigeria. Else, I mean, they shouldn't be questioning these things. So, and there's a system of repetition where these things are done this way. So, I'm going to have to wait on that aspect.
All right.
For it to happen for me to be sure. But on these ones that, I've seen, it means somebody's being deliberate and intentional about reviving the league and, making it a well decorated wife and a well-treasured wife that will be the envy of other husbands, if something like that actually exists. So, yeah, it would have been appalling if they remain at the same level as the last season or degrade to the season before. But since we are seeing updates and upgrade, so I can commend them for it. But I'll just commend them. You know, you're doing very well. At least
Davis
Umi, you're doing great. The promises you made and Propel. I mean, the chairman, the president of Propel has been very vocal. You know, he speaks. Hopefully, we'll have him to talk to us one of these days. He speaks. He's media friendly. He talks about the things he wants to do. Why he, ventured into, shooting the MPFL or broadcasting the MPFL in the first place, despite it being not marketable. The talents that we have in Nigeria, and what propelled sports. I
like that. What propelled sports?
To broadcast the MPFL. And I think it's keeping to its word as well, if you are seeing this thing happen. So, yeah, that's good. I'll commend them. Maybe I don't watch too much standard leagues and they don't spoil me now. I know if you celebrate them, as it is. But, yeah, commendable. They should keep it up. And, they should keep it up and see how they can improve even further. The day I pray it happens in my generation.
All right.
The day we league will end, we have official broadcast partners, like we have Propel now, and then we have. If you go to East Africa, there's a different broadcast partner. If you go to maybe West, the day MPFL get to that level. In fact, maybe that's me being too ambitious or demanding too much. Let me say the day where MPFL will pay prize monies. Note, I said prize monies. That day, how will I even do? That day, it's going to be a new dawn for Nigerian football. Trust me.
All right, and we're still looking at what's going on with the Nigerian Premier Football League. As also, I was on X earlier on today, and a very notable media personality as regards football in Nigeria, Poja Media, did say that he has now come out and will be very much involved in local content generation because of all the improvements he has been seeing. So, he streamlined it to Remo Stars and Ikorodu City.
Where they close to him.
Yes, so it's it's a motivation. Reliance, what are you doing? You're a media person.
What I'm doing is I'm covering Rivers and I'm covering the ones here, and I'm also traveling outside to cover games.
If you cover Rivers United and maybe Bayelsa United, I cover
Akwa United.
I mean with your equipment, so proper content generation with I cover Bendel Insurance and maybe which other club close by, and we all cover. You just find out that so many Pojas are there and they are doing the business. You see the Nigerian Premier Football League move also to the next level, so it's pretty a welcome development.
I accept. I agree. Maybe I argue everything.
All right.
So I agree because that's the logic behind it. Reliance is close to Rivers United. When I say close, I mean by proximity.
Okay.
Not by administration So it's by proximity. So Reliance is close to Rivers United, close to Akwa United, close to Bayelsa United. Which other team do I mention? Maybe sometimes close to Enyimba, because I can practically travel to Aba.
Liverpool have taken the lead from Luis Diaz. Yes, that man with the white hair, he has given Liverpool the lead as they all put on white there. So it's all white right now for Liverpool, not pretty red as the case may be. But the goals are in, and it is Manchester United yet to score. I don't know why Casemiro is on the screen. I don't know if he has done or he has committed a blunder or a mistake because these days, Casemiro
he gave a pass, a wrong pass from the middle of the park that led to that goal being scored. It was supposed to give a pass to I think he was looking for Zegze after he had it from Bruno Fernandes to him in the middle, and then he gave it to Gravenberch on the run found Mohamed Salah on the run from the left-hand side, and then
trying to find Dominic Szoboszlai and Luis Diaz
had his head on it, and Liverpool are 1-up. You can't play you can't see Slot is there's a signature already right on that signature. I don't think Erik ten Hag's Manchester United can match Liverpool's game in terms of quick transition.
All right.
It's Liverpool's own. It's theirs. So when you're trying to do it, you open up yourself. Yeah, you press the defenders on duty for Manchester United. I was about telling you that they were equally giving wrong passes.
All right.
They were misplaced passes from the defense line of Manchester United, but they were quick enough to recover and get the ball. And how did this goal go in? From a misplaced pass by Casemiro. So you can't play. I think if you're trying to play this quick transition, this fast-paced game, you are playing your hands into
that of Liverpool.
Liverpool. You understand? Which is not even so changed compared to what Jurgen Klopp. You know, so Slot is doing very well what I expected him to come and do, because the transition had ended. The players were now finding the chemistry. Szoboszlai doing well. Gravenberch, the combination was working. You know, after McAllister and Gravenberch sitting, Szoboszlai advancing. After Klopp found a way to ease off the old midfielders, the old legs, you know, the Henderson, you know, all of those guys, McTominay. Did you just say Scott McTominay? Manchester United. So,
sorry.
So, after I was able to ease out these guys, so they had gel, they have had the chemistry.
All right.
So, and Slot coming in. Trent, do your thing, no? Szoboszlai, do that thing where they do. McAllister, do that thing. Diaz, they your wing. Salah, they your deal. Diego Jota, how you and Nunes go to walk. You understand? Virgil, your defense line is set. Go and play football.
So he did stick to the how would I put it?
The signature, the philosophy
that was there,
already established by Jurgen. You know, go and play football. Then, as the season progresses, he will observe and see if there's any need to add anything to it. And gradually he's adding. It's making not to come and I want to override the entire thing. Come and override the entire thing, and you know, institute your own philosophy when these guys are. You have to change their mentality, and it's going to take. It's not a bad thing, anyways. If you're in a place like Chelsea, and a coach can walk into the situation and override everything Enzo Maresca has done, because it's not been working. It's not tested and proven and trusted. So you can go in and override. But something that's been working, just go and ride on it. Add your changes gradually, you know. So you now come in and you want to play the quick transition, the fast-paced game on against Liverpool. No, you are handing yourself into their hands, and United is paying so far for it. Let's see if they will find a way to have an equalizer, and maybe let's see if the game will turn 8-8 on at that point.
All right, and let me just bring you up to speed with the results coming from the various actions or leagues in Europe, the top 5 leagues in Europe, by the way. Chelsea did play out a 1-0 draw with Crystal Palace. Newcastle United defeated Tottenham Hotspur by 2-1. Manchester United currently trailing Liverpool by 1-0. 39 minutes of play in the La Liga. Deportivo Alaves leading Las Palmas by 2 goals, and that's a 2-0. It is in the 40th minute. Osasuna playing a 1-0 draw with Celta Vigo. 39 minutes of play. Sevilla will be up against Girona by 6 p.m. Getafe will take on Real Sociedad by 6:15. Real Madrid will be up against Real Betis by 8:30. And in the French Ligue 1, Monaco played out a 1-0 draw with Lens, and Angers currently losing to Nice by 2-0. 40 minutes of play. Le Havre playing out a 1-0 draw with Auxerre. 40 minutes of play. Reims losing to Rennes by 1-0. 39 minutes of play, and Lille will be up against Paris Saint-Germain by 7:45. In the German Bundesliga, FC Heidenheim did defeat Augsburg by 4-0. Bayern Munich playing out a goalless draw with Freiburg. 10 minutes of play in that particular one. In the Italian Serie A, Fiorentina will be up against Monza by 5:30. Genoa will also take on Hellas Verona, same 5:30. 7:45, Juventus will file out against AS Roma. Udinese, 7:45, up against Como. So that's how it is from the top 5 leagues right there in Europe. We're talking about the Nigerian Premier Football League. Everything good about the Nigerian Premier Football League. Yesterday, one match was played, and that was what marked the beginning of the new season, the 2024/2025 Nigerian Premier Football League season. Rangers International played out a goalless draw at home to El Kanemi Warriors. And on Saturday, being the 7th of September 2024, we're going to be seeing 6 centers get into the thick of the action as Beyond Limit will host Eyimba. Lobby Stars will be up against Aqua United. Kwara United will play host to Niger Tornadoes. Bendel Insurance will entertain Rivers United. Kano Pillars will also entertain Ikorodu City. Plateau United would do battle with Castina United. So that's how it is for Saturday. And for Sunday, Abia Warriors will entertain Remo Stars. Sunshine Stars will take on Bayelsa United, and Nasarawa United will be up against Shooting Stars. So that's how it is. For me, I would like my eyes. I want to have my eyes on these new boys, the Beyond Limit as well as the Ikorodu City. Beyond Limit, Reliance. Is it the real Beyond Limit we are seeing, or is it a Beyond Limit that has sold the slot?
I don't know. I think the Coco.
Because right now they are listed on the match schedule.
And we heard reports of Tsunami wanting to sell the slots. I don't know how that deal
eventually ended up. Liverpool with the second goal. Luis Diaz benefited from another cross from the right-hand side. This time it wasn't a chip as it was in the first case. It was a grass-level pass from the right-hand side, and he wasted no time laying his leg on it and ended at the back of the net. It looks like Casemiro. Looked like Casemiro was the culprit again this time. The replay will confirm things for us, but what is here is that Liverpool are 2 goals up. Definitely, the ball was wrestled off Casemiro's leg by Luis Diaz himself, and he repositioned himself and got the ball once again as it came from the right-hand side. Of course, that should be Mohamed Salah who gave that ball. So 2 assists for Mohamed Salah and 2 goals for Luis Diaz.
Why are we not having Manuel Ugarte right here for Manchester United? That should have relieved Casemiro of this misery that he's finding himself at this point in time.
Maybe he might be introduced, but let's not forget he's a new player that just came in, signed, completed his documents.
To Romelu Lukaku.
And no, Lukaku don't play with Conte before now.
But he just came into Napoli and he just entered and got the
game. Moreover, he has been in the Serie A, and Serie A away from come now, so I don't think you want to compare that. I don't think that analogy will be fair to.
What about Nasser Mazraoui? Mazraoui came in and was thrown into the mix.
Mazraoui and Delhi, they don't sign them now before season resume now.
I know, but I think so he did sign after his medicals. He did play a game for Manchester United.
He has trained. He has had enough time. Maybe not enough time, but he has had more time to train with the team than Ugarte, who was just unveiled today. Which time we didn't do this thing now? I think it was Ugarte was a deadline day signing now.
Yes, he was.
So I will still start Casemiro, but he might be introduced. And starting Ugarte against Liverpool, you're not being fair to Ugarte, honestly speaking, because you might want the man to be able to find his footing, to acclimatize before being thrown. But again, that's how you identify an A-class player, an elite player at that level. Ability to come in, face tough attacks, and then be able to make yourself count in that situation. So you might not be fair to Ugarte and Ten Hag if you want to look at Antonio Conte and Romelu Lukaku. But what is possible right now is that he might come in. There was almost a back pass that would have landed Liverpool in trouble if Joshua Zirkzee was able to has his leg on that one, but unfortunately for him, he couldn't, and the Liverpool goalman was on hand to ensure that that one wouldn't land in the legs of Joshua Zirkzee, talking about Alisson. So that's the situation. He might be introduced because Cos McTominay is no longer there. And so Ugarte might just come in and see what he can do. Mainu has been able to cover himself, but That's the thing about experience, and that's the thing about what O'Hatton is to was signed or needed to be signed, because in cases like this, Osas, you have two midfielders, defensive midfielders, Mkobi Maino, who is actually a bit more advanced than Casemiro. Anyway, that's why Casemiro is being punished each time he makes a mistake, because he's not playing advanced, he's more or less sitting. Maino is more advanced than Casemiro in this game. Now, a more experienced DM who observed that my teammate is shaky and find a way to cover more grounds and cover his blushes. But Mainu is not that experienced, and probably the coach maybe might need to sound that instruction to him that Mainu is not working. But again, the reason why Mainu will not, although we are seeing Mainu now maybe dropping a little bit deeper than he was before
and getting a yellow card.
You see, and that's another thing, because he will need to commit himself and try to see if I can cover more grounds, since Casemiro has been shaky, and doing that for the first time just landed him in the legs of the referee. Ordinarily before now, it would have been Casemiro on that chase, Mainu for the recovery. But it was a reverse. Mainu on the chase, Casemiro for the recovery. So if he does that, he just did it for the first time and then had his name in the books of the referee. So probably the reason why he may not want to do it is because Manchester United is looking to be more advanced, more attacking, looking to cover more grounds and be very quick and very direct. It's a problem, because for that to happen, you need one of your DM to be more advanced, which is what Kobe Mainu has been doing so far. It's silent, it's graveyard from the stands of Manchester, at Old Trafford, as it is at the moment. So that's just the situation. What it might be introduced or might not be introduced, but again, Casemiro has been a culprit in both occasions, resulting in both goals.
All right, and I did reel out for you what we would be expecting from the Nigerian Premier Football League come Saturday, as every other team would be in action right here in the shores of Nigeria, as football has returned fully. And I would like to hear from you. Which team would you be rooting for this season? It might be difficult for Enugu Rangers to hold on to defending this title. The best way to have started was to be clean. Enugu Rangers have found it difficult getting goals. Against US Zilimanjor, it was the same thing. Right now against an El Kanemi Warriors, which we expect that Enugu Rangers were supposed to do the job of getting the necessary 3 points. It's ended in a goalless draw. That's a long way. It goes a long way to tell you that maybe the Flying Antelopes are not ready to defend the title they won in the previous season. So I'd like you to let us know your thoughts. Who are you rooting for in the Nigerian Premier Football League come the full commencement of the 2024/2025 season? Is it going to be Beyond Limits, the new boys, if they will be part of it, or would it be Eyimba, the ones who have been doing it over and over again? Lobby Stars is there, Aqua United is there, Kwara United is there, Niger Tornadoes is there, Bendel Insurance. Will you be rooting for the Benin Arsenals? Rivers United, Homeboys, are you going to be rooting for them? Let us know your thoughts from the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. Canopilas, Ikorodu City, new boys also doing great things. Plateau United, Castina United, Abia Warriors, Remo Stars that have always been around the corridors. Who knows, maybe this time they will have the joy of lifting the Nigerian Premier Football League trophy for this season. There is Sunshine Stars, there is Bayelsa United, there is Nasarawa United, and there is Shooting Stars. So let me know your thoughts from the SMS and the WhatsApp portal 0701-933-9962. Who are you rooting for? Who do you see at the end of the day doing the business, getting the trophy? Who do you see? How do you see the Nigerian Premier Football League season, the incoming season, the season that has just started? How do you see the season running through? I've given you some of the positives, some of the improvements, some of the things that will look out and will say, wow, we are making headway. So do you see the league giving you that magic that you always pray for? So let me know your thoughts from the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. Again, 0701-933-9962. And leaving the Nigerian Premier Football League, our ladies are going to be in action later on today in the FIFA Women Under 20 World Cup. It started yesterday as some matches were played yesterday, and in the early hours of today, France did defeat France played out a 3-3 draw with Canada. Yes, the French on the 20 side played out a 3-3 draw with Canada. Cameroon also played a 2-all draw with Mexico's under 20 ladies. That was yesterday. And in the early hours of today, Brazil pummeled Fiji 9-0. And Colombia also defeated Australia by 2-0. So we're expecting Nigeria to be in action by 12 a.m. today. During midnight, we're going to be in action against South Korea. Yes, Nigeria shares the same group, that is Group D, with Germany, South Korea, and Venezuela. Yes, that's how it's going to be. So, Reliance, what are you expecting from the Falconets?
Well. Ooh. It's developmental football. Let me start from there. So, not so much expectations. Play good football. Get to the apex level of the competition. Maybe possibly win it, because Nigeria have been finalists, I think, in 2 occasions since it was introduced.
Semi-finalists also.
Yeah, semi-finalists to add to that. So, can possibly win it this time. Can Christopher Danjuma deliver a trophy for Nigeria? Is left to be seen. But let these girls develop. In fact, these girls should be able to dominate us. Because I tell you what, if you look at that team, it looks promising. Okpeyemi Ajakaye. Remember, I forgot the name.
Yeah.
Onyenezide. Who forgets the name? I can't call the names off my head, but the ladies that got to the under 17, I think they lost to under 17 World Cup where they finished 3rd.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, I think that was it was a South American team they lost to. Was that Chile?
I can't recall, but I think they beat Germany in the 3rd place match. I think it was Germany they defeated in the 3rd place match. So I think via penalties, something like that. So some of them made this team, and that's progression we are talking about, transitioning that we are talking about. So if you look at it, the team looks promising. From the defense line, one established. I don't know if I can quickly get the team list, or should I say, that's not the team list now. Name of players invited.
Okay, Christopher Danjuma's team list.
Yeah. So if I can quickly get it, so those ladies, right? You look at it, the team looks promising. There's a lady that's part of the defense line that is a mainstay for a team in the Nigeria Women's Football League. Part of that team. So you look at it, it's promising, honestly speaking. Jumoke Alani is part of that team. Rufiat Imoran, don't forget Rufiat Imoran from Rivers Angels. Comfort Folorun Show, who was scoring goals for fun. The qualifiers for the World Cup at under 17 level. Then of course I've already talked about Okpeyemi Ajakaye, Chiamaka Okuchukwu, Flourish Sebastian, formerly of Bielsa Queens. So
Oluchi Ohegbulem.
Good. So that team looks promising, honestly speaking. That team looks very, very promising. And for you to have that kind of squad, you should be able to deliver. There's Faith Omilana, the goalkeeper, Aminat Bello. These are established names at that level in Nigerian football. So he has the arsenal to be able to deliver. Honestly speaking, he has the arsenal to at least get to the echelon of that competition, or the apex level of that competition, and equally play good football, because these ladies are established at that level. They are experienced at that level. They have the psychological advantage over some players. So yes, you are in a group that looks tough because there's a proper development in football in Germany. Same can be said of South Korea. I can't really say much about Venezuela, but Germany and South Korea can talk about that. And maybe that is going to be a problem. For the experience that these ladies have at that level, he should be able to deliver. At least let's see interesting football for starters, and then see how you get yourself to at least the semi. So I expect them to be able to get out of that group, not to struggle. Danjuma should be able to utilize the team that he has, the girls that he has, because we've seen these girls who know that they are good. You know, we've seen the quality of what they are capable of doing, most of them in that squad. So anything short of that, I think is going to be a failure for Danjuma.
All right, Danjuma did say that he's going all out to win the trophy this time around. How possible would that be for the Falconets of your wallet?
It should be very possible with Danjuma and the girls. Looking at the teams that they will be there: Germany, Venezuela, South Korea, and the rest. As Reliance has already said it, you're looking at Germany and South Korea as maybe the possible powerhouses, the big boys there. But if I'm going to say, I say they can, the girls can still pull up something in the under 20,
right.
In the under 20 championship, and at least getting past Venezuela should be easy. Germany and South Korea, we can take something away from the game. So it's no possibility that they can move on to the next stage.
All right, very possible that they can move to the next stage and the next stage, and maybe at the end of the day bring back the FIFA Under-20 Women's World Cup back to Nigeria, to the glory of the Falconets and every other football-loving individual right here in Nigeria. All right, let's leave the camp of the Falconets as we head into the camp of the Super Eagles of Nigeria, as it's no longer news that Austin Eguavoen would lead the Super Eagles of Nigeria through the both crucial games that we'll be having in hand on the 7th of September and the 10th of September. That is the African Cup of Nations qualifiers against the Cheetahs of Benin Republic and Rwanda. Yes, it's a Benin Republic that did. The injury is still there. It hasn't healed. They did beat the Super Eagles of Nigeria 2-1 in the 2026 FIFA World Cup qualifiers not too long ago, which led to the axing or the resignation of Coach Finidi George from the fold. Yes, and this is Benin Republic again. We are coming against them, coached by Gernot Raw. So we've got a lot of raw scores to settle between both sides. So it's going to be Austin Eguavoen because we heard about Bruno Labbadia, but it did not work between the NFF and Labbadia. So we're falling back to Austin Eguavoen. But the good news is, according to OwnGoalNigeria.com, in a bid not to fail, Austin Eguavoen has gone shopping. Yes, not in any of the big superstores this time. He went to Germany to shop for assistance. Somebody that can sit with him, somebody that can be part of his backroom staff, and they'll put their heads together, rub minds, and see how to tinker the Super Eagles of Nigeria to victory. So that is exactly what Austin Eguavoen has gone out to do, to shop for personnel. And the location he did go to is Belgium, to see if he could get people. He's already in talks with 2 personnel to see if they could be part of that crew to get Nigeria the victory. Who knows? He gets the victory in a very resounding way. Will let Austin Eguavoen become the coach, move from interim to standard full coach of the Super Eagles of Nigeria, because we are tired of hire him today, talk with him tomorrow. He decides to turn down the offer, and we are still here without a coach for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. So let me come back to Reliance. Austin Eguavoen going to Belgium for personnel to be added to his backroom staff. A step in the right direction for Austin Eguavoen. Does this mean that he doesn't want to make the same mistake he made the last time with the Super Eagles of Nigeria?
Well, okay, so it's a step in the right direction.
All right.
Trying to show up your backroom staff to have support, so that when the ideas are not forthcoming, you can turn back to your coach, and your coach will tell you, or your assistant, and he tells you, this is it, or look at your match reader, this is it, or look at your stats analyst, this is it, this is what I've been able to find out, this is what worked the last time, and if you execute this, is going to work again.
All right.
So you need somebody that's sound at that level, and probably has much knowledge about the Nigerian Super Eagles, the players in their respective clubs, and then also has knowledge about the two teams you're going to play against, because whatever planning you're planning at this point is ahead of the Benin Republic AFCON qualifiers in Uyo and the one against Rwanda 3 days later. So that's the immediate plan. So these people need to have knowledge about how these guys play. If you don't have much knowledge, and then you're gonna have to look at videos, highlights and stuff. Even though I think that's not enough, but yeah, for starters, you look at videos and see how I can make out of them. So it's a step in the right direction. Something good that the government is doing if he's actually doing it. But I'm gonna have to say this as us. Stick to what worked for Roque. Stick to what worked for Pesero. Simple. That's the magic. Stick to what worked for Pesero. Set up that team. Egwavoin is Nigeria's Football Federation's technical committee chairman. He has been involved in the selection of coaches up until Pesero, up until Labadia, even though he doesn't make the ultimate decision, but he has been part of it. So stick to what worked. As a technical crew director, it's expected that you understand the techniques. In fact, the technical department of the NFF is supposed to set the blueprint of how the Super Eagles should play, and then appoint and employ a coach that fits into that blueprint, that has the capability or that is known to deliver that kind of style of football. So it means you've been part of it. So why the sweat? Stick to what worked for Pesero. Set up that team like that. Good a thing. If you look, apart from maybe Moses Simon that returns, Simon was not part of the. Was he part of the AFCON? No. It was Ademola Lookman and Samuel Chukwueze.
He was part of the AFCON, but
he was not active.
He did play earlier on, but due to some, it wasn't. I think he had an injury.
Okay.
Yeah, that was against Angola.
Okay.
Yeah, so because of that, he was taken out.
So you now have Simon is back, and Simon has been in fine form. I think he has scored in back-to-back League One games.
Yeah, he did score yesterday.
He scored yesterday. That's 2 goals in 2 games. And then let's talk about Ademola Lookman, the better. Expectedly, the combination at the back line, whatever you want to do with Olisanda, we can count on Olisanda. You understand?
He's one man I've always been asking, why has he not been added to the Super Eagles of Nigeria?
Crying for Olisanda to be included in that list, and finally he gets a call up. And then there's also the not aging William Trisekong.
Yes,
because that guy no one great old, So if you want to partner Trisekong and Olisanda, fine and good.
There's still Simi Ajayi if you want to.
Calvin Bassey is in that team. What's his name? Alex Iwobi is there. So you more or less have the complement of majority of the guys that Pesero use. Stick to it. Stick to what worked for the man. A little tweak could be freeing Alex Iwobi a bit. Free the man, because trust me, Alex Iwobi was made to work his life out under Pesero because he was being too involved. So now you have Ndidi. Ndidi should be in fine form. He scored for Leicester City in a match against Fulham. Unfortunately, the damage was done by his own brother, Alex Iwobi, who scored the winner for Fulham.
He had an assist yesterday. That was against Aston Villa.
And has been well utilized. This under Enzo Maresca at Leicester, he had a change of position, and he filled in quite nicely. So he's in fine form. You have Ralph Onyedika. You have what's his name? The one at Brentford, the one you like to call the tank.
Frank
Onyeka. So you have more defensive midfielders options.
this time that are active, so you could use them in a way to free Alex Iwobi a little bit to concentrate on creating.
I think Alex Iwobi would even be free because there's a Dele Basiru right now.
Tom Bashiru as well.
Yes.
Alassane Yusuf is there. So you have these options to free Alex Iwobi a little bit to concentrate on creating, unlike what Pesero did to the man that led to the outburst from Nigerians, the bashing of Alex Iwobi, didn't create and all of that stuff. So maybe that could be a little addition that you want to add to it. Ademola Lookman from the left-hand side, Samuel Chukwueze from the right-hand side, Beto Semen is your goal poacher. And see how you can work with the team. So just stick to that template.
All right.
That's what has been working. Stick to it. Add a little bit of addition to it and see how the team flows. You don't need to give yourself so much headache. But even at that, you could be red, you know, and then when you are red, when you have found out, you need to maybe a couple of changes, maybe not entirely changes, but a couple of twisting to see, to bring out, to neutralize whatever, or to maybe to shut up your weak points that may have been found out by your opponent. That's where your back room comes in. That's where who's your assistant comes in, your match reader, all of that. Say, okay, do this, do this, do this, do that, and then it will, because in the heat of it, trust me, Eric Shea will tell you, my head is smoking fire. Please pour me water. You understand? Eric Shea will tell you that. So in the heat of it, it can be very, very intense, and you will need a Mikel Arteta of Pep Guardiola to consult, to talk to. So yeah, that works. But the major thing for me here is stick to that template that worked for Jose Pesero, and you will prosecute these two matches quite nicely. But even if that works, please do not give him the job permanently. Thank you.
All right, that's for you. But if he goes ahead to disappoint all Nigerians or his critics that believes that he won't be doing pretty well, if he should bash Gernot Rohr 5-0, go to Rwanda, come back with a 3-0 victory, Austin Eguavoen for the coach of the Super Eagles of Nigeria all the way, still don't give him the job.
We saw Eguavoen at the AFCON
but
that year.
He had a brilliant
group stage.
He had a brilliant
the coach
stage
of the group stage.
Yes.
What's that, by the way?
He had a brilliant he had a brilliant group stage. You can't deny that.
And when it mattered.
What's when it mattered? He was not bashed by Tunisia. He wasn't bashed by Tunisia.
At that point of the competition, you don't need to be bashed. You need to win games. Anyhow you want to win. That's the mistake that what's his name? The coach of the under-17 that was allowed to go. Nduka Obade did. He played beautiful football at the group stage, quite nicely, utilized the boys very well, and they were all enjoying themselves from the left-hand side, from the wing, and from the middle. As we don't enter knockout phase, I don't forget, I gave football philosophy. At that point, I won't win. So if I need to do...
But that game would have gone either ways. If Nigeria had picked the lead earlier on and decided to defend it, hold on to it till the end of it would have gone either ways. That's one thing with knockouts. It could go either ways.
The point is, it's business football at that point. That's the point. So if I have to do a Pep Guardiola against Atletico Madrid, I will do it to win. You've shown us that your capacity, your capability of developing a team. In fact, your signature has been well imprinted on those boys. We've seen that at the 3 games in the group stage. We know that you're good to go.
Right.
You can hold on to this job. You can develop these guys and make them become monsters tomorrow and international beaters, right? At that knockout phase, it's business football.
Okay.
If you need to lock up and win. You understand? So that's the mistake he made. And honestly speaking, that is where it matters most. Let me remind you, AFCON 2019.
Okay.
South Africa scored, I think they got to the quarters. Yeah, they got to the quarters. How many goals did they score? 1 goal per stage. Was it 2019? I think it was AFCON 2019. Group stage, 1 goal. Round of 16. Goal. I think they got to the quarter final. I think they all equally had a goal. So they were 1 goal per stage, but they were progressing. So that's at that point, that's what matters. To advance to the next level. So you now play business football. You're not business oriented, business minded. You want to advance. So whatever means it is, if you have to play negative football to advance, you play negative football to advance. So that's why I'm saying
that is exactly when it matters most.
Okay.
And he fought hard.
All right.
I mean, we saw Eguavoin at the group stage. There's a particular game where he had about 4 approaches in that game. But it's the same Eguavoin that I think it was myself that interviewed him after the AFCON. Was it after? Yeah, I think it was myself that interviewed him where he told us that it was in this story. I think I interviewed him via phone line where he told us that you don't change formation, I think, in the middle of a game or something like that. The same Austin Eguavoin. So there is need for that consciousness of when it matters and how you flow when it matters, the result you deliver when it matters the most. So that's what I'm saying.
Let him just deliver this too.
In fact, you see this thing? I learned that there were a couple of friends who told him not to take the job because it looks like a setup. Eguavoin has oftentimes been insulted, let me use that word, by Nigerians for not delivering at a certain level they expect him to deliver.
But this obviously would be the best way for him to clear himself or clear his name. Deliver, go ahead to deliver, go ahead to keep delivering, and your name will be cleared. That's exactly how it is. But for you, you said that it shouldn't be off your wallets. Let me come to you at this point. Eguavoin in Belgium shopping for personnel that he could have in his backroom staff. I was on an X space yesterday where we did talk about some of the issues bedeviling the Super Eagles of Nigeria and the Nigerian Football Federation. And this was one thing that was discussed there. It's one thing to go to Belgium and look for personnel, and it's another for you to bring somebody that can be effective. Over there, someone made a point. He said, in the NFF and the coaches that have handled the Super Eagles of Nigeria, they have a lot of persons in their back room, within their backroom staff. Now, but the issue is, these persons don't know what to do. In football, he made mention of the fact that you should have good match analysts, people that analyze the games, that we lack it in the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Good fitness trainers, that what they do in the Super Eagles is you have you call ex-players to become fitness trainers. Fitness training is what you go and get trained for. Now, that's the reason why a Nigerian player will be called up from the bench and come and not perform. There are different routines you give to them while they are called up from the bench. So now, it's one thing for you to go to Belgium and look for the right personnel. It's another one for you to go there and just carry anybody and come, so that we can carry it here and say, Austin Eguavoin went to Belgium and he carried 2 people, 2 white men, and they came and they are within the squad. So you can see it. There is that mix. So at this point, is it medicine after death? Because this is not the right time. For me, I look at it as not being the right time to go adding people to your backroom staff. Because definitely you might be getting people that either you're not sure of, or they are not even sure of what they want to do. Because it's like a crash process, is like a rush. 7th is just a few days away from here, about 6 days away from here. And you've not gotten those persons. You can actually get a truck driver to come in and tell you that he has 1 or 2 knowledge in football, and that is what will have come into the Super Eagles of Nigeria, the same recurring decimal.
Well, it's not his fault that he's rushed and we had a coach just
you had a coach.
We had a coach.
Hold on, you had a coach, or is it the NFL general secretary that told you that?
We said it here.
I didn't say it here. I quoted.
Why not denying?
No, I'm not denying. I had to quote.
We had a coach. We had a coach 2 nights ago. And then, we had a coach on Friday on Friday,
on Thursday,
on Tuesday.
On Tuesday,
we had a coach for 2 days.
On Tuesday morning.
The next morning we woke up. By Friday, we found out we didn't have that we didn't have coach again. You know, can't kidnap. So first of all, it's not Eguavoin's fault. I know that looking for a backroom staff, I know that's a very hard process, because you go to need people that understand the team, and then going for a foreign backroom staff, I will not advise on that, because you want people that you can communicate with. We saw how Pesero.
Who do you want him to go and carry? Kadiri Kana.
Work
Samson,
with,
yes,
Some Cecilia is okay.
Okay.
I can say Emmanuel Munike. That's if we agree to leave Heartland.
If
Heartland
they could be.
Some Cecilia is still
then.
okay. Yes, some Cecilia has not been in and out of football, but at least I'm sure he's watching the games. He knows what's going on, and in the team he's analyzing the matches, what's meant to be, what's not meant to be.
But that's what I'm actually saying. Yes, that's what I'm actually saying. Is it by calling ex-international? Are these? It's not by calling an ex-international to come into your backroom staff. And at the end of the day, when it gets to that time where you need to think, where he needs to carry out his job, he wouldn't be pretty handy to help you with that. Everybody should have what they are there to do.
That's why there are people in the field. They are sports scientists. They are fitness coach. They are keeping coaches.
So how many? Now you're saying call ex-internationals. Now Samson Siasia, Emmanuel Amunike. How many of them are match analysts? How many of them are fitness trainers? How many of them are go into the science of football?
You're not. We are looking at people that is as for assistant coach. Even an assistant coach, then you can say yes. Sam Celsia and finish the job.
And Liverpool have made it 3.
Happened.
It is Mohamed Salah. And what a celebration! Nice one there from Mohamed Salah. So he has made it 3 against Manchester United. So it's Liverpool 3, Manchester United. I doubt if they will score.
I told someone Manchester United will come all guns blazing. I know I said it during before the match started that Manchester United are going to be
the gun is rusted. Let's leave it there.
Came out gun blazing.
No.
They came out gun blazing.
I said that they shouldn't have come out guns
blazing. Okay, say they shouldn't have come out. Okay, I thought you said they will come out gun blazing.
They will calm down first, but
the 3 goals Liverpool have scored are all from a dispossession. Look at it. When they lost position of that ball, that was when I said it's about to happen. Have you seen it?
In the midfield.
Midfield again.
Meaning there is a problem with Manchester United's midfield.
Immediately they lost the ball. Immediately he was he sleeping? Who was that?
Kobe Maino.
See, the 2 defensive midfielders don't collect their fair share. Was he sleeping? That's how Casemiro was rushed off the ball by Luis Diaz. Salah scored. Now Kobe Maino was rushed off the ball. I think it was another one is about to go.
Okay. That would have been for Mohamed Salah with the second goal there for Liverpool if that had gone in.
So Casemiro a culprit, Kobe Maino a culprit. Immediately he lost that ball. He was rushed off the ball. I think it was whether that was Gravenberch. I was like, look at it.
What's happening with Manchester
This might
United?
just be another goal. All the goals that they've scored, they've come from positions like this. But that was a replay.
Okay, replay
of what we saw the last time. So the 3 goals they've scored the 3 goals are coming from positions where Manchester United were in possession of the ball. All 3 goals. And the defensive midfielders are the culprits. Casemiro twice, resulting in Luis Diaz's 2 goals. Kobe Maino resulting in Mohamed Salah's goal. Okay, that was
it's happening at Old Trafford
so
right now.
At least nobody should come and put blame on Ten Hag.
I don't understand. Why would Ten Hag be blamed? Who I want blame?
No beef. I don't understand. Now you Casemiro make me know.
Just the way you said, they shouldn't have come out gun blazing. Whose instruction was it for them to go out gun blazing? Because that's where it actually started. They started like a house on fire. Like they were rushing and it was beautiful to watch. Anyways,
I said that Liverpool, they are going to suck you into their game,
draw you into their comfort zone,
and that was what Manchester United did. They just got sucked. They just got sucked into sit down, balance, and then watch the game. Try and win the ball back, and then hit on the counter. But the thing with this Liverpool side is that they might play slow, but they know how to switch on that pace real quick. And when they switch it up real quick into the transition, you're going to pay dearly. And it has happened twice. Now.
Sorry, I feel your pain.
All right. So that's exactly how it is there for between Liverpool and Manchester United. Liverpool running away with all 3 points as well as 3 goals at this point in time. But we're still talking Nigerian football. We're still looking at Austin Eguavoen. We're still trying to look at the case of what's going to be happening with Austin Eguavoen. And I was still talking to you, Ovie Wallace.
Yeah, so I said that if we are looking at the position of assistant manager, now you're looking at assistant manager, yes, you might say we want to bring in this ex-international. And this ex-international we're talking about Samson Siasia and Amoniki. If you ever looking at those two, and those are two that have been coaching. You talk about match analysis, they are coaches, so of course they need to know how to analyze matches. Then if you look at the other backroom staff, goalkeeping coaches, sports scientists, data analysts, and the rest, I don't think you have to start looking for ex-internationals when you know they haven't studied it. It's not under their belt.
Relax,
data analyst.
I'm a match analyst. I'm a match reader.
So
they carry my job, go outside.
So going outside, yes, you might go outside for those kind of positions, because I think those people they've gone outside to study. If you have people in Nigeria that have studied, that have those positions under their belt, then bring them in. No need to start looking for ex-internationals.
Is that not a foul?
Not a foul, and Liverpool on the ascendancy to see if they can build anything from here, but I think they have been dispossessed. Yes, that is Trent Alexander-Arnold being dispossessed by Nasser Mazraoui there. So Manchester United can breathe a sigh of relief at this point in time. Else, it would have increased the tally going forward. Okay, at this point, let me throw open the phone lines to get your thoughts on all that we have been talking about right from the beginning. Remember, we started with the Nigerian Premier Football League, and I asked you to let me know who you're putting your money on going into the season. Yesterday, we saw one game between Enugu Rangers International of Enugu up against El Kanemi Warriors. Goalless draw it was, and by Saturday, we're going to be having about 6 centers get into the action, and Sunday match week 1 will be concluded. Who would you be putting your money on? Who are you seeing this time to do the business of the day? Who are you going to be? Are we going to be seeing a surprise MPFL winner at the end of the day? So you can let me know your thoughts from the phone lines at this point. And we have also talked about the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Austin Eguavoen in Belgium trying to shop for personnel to be added to his backroom staff. Do you think this is the step in the right direction for Austin Eguavoen? And how much faith do you have in Austin Eguavoen going forward? Do you see him delivering these 2 games? And if he does deliver it very well, can you beat your chest and say, let Austin Eguavoen continue in the reins, as presently the NFF is finding it difficult to get a coach for the Super Eagles of Nigeria? 0817 0000 951, 0810 9510 951. Those are the phone numbers to call at this point, and I will be taking your calls and airing your views as they come in live. You could also be part of the conversation from the SMS and the WhatsApp portal by dropping a line to 0701 933 9962, and be rest assured that I will take your messages as they come in. Yes, let's get talking. 0817 0000 951, 0810 9510 951. All right, still talking Nigerian football. This time, let's shift our attentions away from the Super Eagles, the Austin Eguavoen saga, and we move into the Victor Osimhen and Napoli saga. Coming into...
What a point-blank save by Alisson. A cross from the left-hand side. Marcus Rashford did 1 or 2 trickery, was able to float that one in, found the head of Joshua Zirkzee. He headed quite nicely, but then again, you have to thank Alisson, else United would have at least pulled 1 back. Still, United 0, Liverpool 3.
All right, United 0810 9510 951. You could also call in to react to what we are seeing right now on our screen. It's almost like a poo without the mel. It's pummeling of Manchester United by Liverpool at this point. So you could call in to react. Where do you think Manchester United did get it all wrong? It was clear that the midfield had some issues because they were being dispossessed, too dispossessing of the ball. Another one? Are we seeing another one, Liverpool?
Again. Okay.
All right, so we did see Casemiro lose the ball twice, and that led to 2 goals by Liverpool. And Kobe Mainoo completed the trial of dispossession by losing the ball also, and Mohamed Salah was able to get the 3rd goal there for Liverpool. So it is Liverpool 3, Manchester United not looking likely to score at the moment. But you could be part of the conversation. You could call in and react to all that we have been talking about on the show this evening. 0817 0000 951 0810 9510951. I was looking at something coming from the SMS portal as this one says, on the controversies surrounding the employment of Bruno Gobadia. It's Labadia anyway, but I suggest that the Honorable Minister of Sports, Honorable John Owan Eno, should resign. Overhaul the entire NFF board. Enough of this incompetence in sports administration. Then new management will sit up. Brother Assurance Uyue. Yeah, thank you so much, Brother Assurance, there, as you did state your name for what you have said. Yes, it's true. It's true that when things like this happen, those who are at the helm of affairs need to resign, need to move away. But the problems will not end with that resignation. The problem here is we don't have money for a coach. So even if they resign, will the money come out? That is a question.
Resign first.
Let them resign first.
Yes, let them
That's
resign
a question
first.
for another day. If they resign, if the Honorable Minister should resign, would the money come out to hire a coach?
But
No.
they had money to hire Labadia.
They had money to hire Labadia.
Yeah,
Did
they
they
had
tell you
money.
that they paid? Do you know whether if that was one of the reasons? Anyway, let's head to the phone lines. Hello, caller. Good evening to you.
Hello.
Welcome to the show. Yes, please.
Yeah, good evening. This is Madhubike calling from Igruta.
Madu BK, welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you. A first-time caller.
Oh, welcome. Thank you so much for being part of the conversation. This is for you.
Thank you very well, my brother. See, my own opinion is to just demolish any effort, demolish all of them with the sports minister.
But that's what I'm. Hello. That's what
Yeah,
I'm talking
yeah.
about. That's what I'm talking about. If you demolish them, if you send them packing, if you ask them to resign, does it change the fact that we don't have money to get a coach for the Super Eagles of Nigeria?
The incoming ones, we know how to manage our money. We know how to manage Nigeria's NFF money. The incoming ones. I'm telling you the truth, because these people are putting Nigeria into mess.
Okay. Hello, are you there? Hello, are you there? All right, I think we lost that call there. You could be part of the conversation. You could still call in 0817 0000 951 0810 9510 951. I'm trying to play the devil's advocate here. The money is not there. You ask them to resign. They resign. New persons come in, and the money is still not there. What will happen?
In a sinner climb, Ibrahim Musa Gusso shouldn't have been NFL president anymore after the Labadia saga. There's no, it would have, that shalaye he did would have been as an ex-NFF boss.
Okay.
That this is it. In a sinner climb, I don't know about the sports minister anyways, because the ministry have been holding their grounds on whoever you want to employ, be ready to, should be able to pay whoever you want to employ. All right. And that should send a message. That was supposed to tell the NFF, you cannot just always come and collect money. Find your own money. Be able to raise money. Wembley is raising money for the FA in England. Okay. That's an initiative. Why can't Nigeria? What can the NFF be proud of as their own in this life?
The glass house. Glass
house. When our federal government we give them, what can they be proud of as their own? And I mean a body like that.
Okay.
So that was sending a message to them that I can't just always come. So that's why I say maybe I might not really talk about much of the sport ministry, but you see, I have been giving Super Eagles coach for 2 days. Gusso should have been speaking as an ex-NFF boss in Senna Climbs.
All right, and I myself here, I would not be speaking as an ex-presenter, even if you're not going to be hearing my voice pretty soon, and as we will be going to the market to pay some bills. But be rest assured, we'll be right back to continue discussions on the show. Don't go nowhere. Keep it locked on Today 95.1 FM.
Saki, we go serve you well. Bentoni Bags Limited. 100 woven for all packaging. Bentoni.
Hey, Bentoni Bags Limited. We dey produce Obenge weaving sacks for companies and markets. You dey produce rice in catchment of all types. Our PP poplin nylon bags na top notch. Any business you dey do, oga, madam, you need our branded bags for packaging, so you go dey move sharply. We get shopping sacks, agro sacks, weaving sacks. They are available for different sizes. Weaving sacks they are available for different colors. We also dey print on top of weaving sacks, so nylon, twine, nail sacks, plus inclusion of general PP woven sacks. When do they carry last? Our company there for plots in 23 Harbour Industrial Layout off Atani Road behind the former Paul Mike Sports Stadium, Onisha. For more information, knock us for phone 0913 966 3639 or 0813 928 4850. Bentoni Bags Limited. Uniqueness now our name.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
All right, so welcome back. And if you're just joining us, it is the marathon edition of today's Sports Live right here on your premium news talk and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM. Sunday, it is the first day of September. And we were discussing the Super Eagles of Nigeria as well as Victor Osimhen and his Napoli saga. And the phone lines were open and are still open. You could be part of the conversation. 0817 0000 951 0810 951 951. We did start by looking at the Nigerian Premier Football League, and I asked you to let me know who are you rooting for, which team are you rooting for. And talking about the Super Eagles of Nigeria, Austin Eguavoen to Belgium, I beg your pardon, to get personnel that will be back, will be part of his backroom staff to see through the game between Benin Republic and the Super Eagles of Nigeria, and as well as the game between the Super Eagles of Nigeria and Rwanda. Do you think that's the step in the right direction? And if Austin Eguavoen was to do pretty well with the two AFCON qualifiers placed in front of him, would you beat your chest and give him the nod to go ahead as the coach of the Super Eagles of Nigeria, as presently we don't know what is holding us from getting a coach for the Super Eagles of Nigeria? So maybe the one we see, they say a bird in hand is worth 10 in the bush. So we might just want to hold on to Austin Eguavoen if he does perform pretty well. So let me know your thoughts from the phone line 0817 0000 951 0810 951 951. And a lot of persons, including Reliance here, has said that the entire NFF board, as well as the Minister of Sport, Senator John Owan-Eno, should all resign. And I'm asking, if they resign, the problems that we are having is that there's no money to get a quality coach. If they resign, is the money going to pop up? The new persons coming in, would they not still face the problems of lack of finance or lack of funds? Is that the only way? Is that the only solution to the problem? You could also weigh into that particular one through the phone line 0817 0000 951 0810 951 951. You could also be part of the conversation from the SMS and the WhatsApp portal 0701 933 9962. I'll take that again, 0701 933 9962. As we move ahead to look at the saga between Victor Osimhen and Napoli, as Napoli have withdrawn Victor Osimhen's iconic jersey number 9 from the new signing Romelu Lukaku. Yesterday we heard that Lukaku would take on the number 9 jersey, and it's quite a fact right now that Victor Osimhen was not registered to be part and parcel of the Napoli setup for the season. Maybe the next time he might be playing will be from January if things change, or the next time he'll have the opportunity to leave Napoli and play football will also be by January if he makes a move away from that side. We saw the saga that surrounded Victor Osimhen. There was Al Ahly of Saudi Pro League in the mix. There was Chelsea also. Napoli said no, did not want to agree payment price with Al Ahly. Victor Osimhen said no, they don't want to agree to salaries put forward by Chelsea. And at the end of the day, the transfer window closed on the 3 or 4 of them, and things didn't go too well for any of the parties. So Victor Osimhen had to stay back at Napoli. But we heard earlier on Saturday that his jersey number was handed over to Lukaku. But now we also hear that Lukaku was given the number 11 jersey. And from all we are hearing, it indicates that maybe there might be some settlement to take place between Victor Osimhen and Napoli. Before coming here, I listened to something that came through from the previous the season where Victor Osimhen won the Scudetto with Napoli. And in the full, maybe I might let me see if I could play it so that you understand what I'm really talking about at this point. Let's see if it's going to be possible for you to take a listen to this at this point. Let's see. This was coming from All right, so that was Victor Osimhen being chanted, but I know a lot of persons will feel that was the African Cup of Nations, maybe Nigerian fans, but that was fans in Napoli. That was in Napoli's stadium. The love was so much for Victor Osimhen, but in a couple of, call it 1 year plus, everything just turned around and he's now the bad boy of the Partenopians. It's something that is regrettable. Even if Victor Osimhen was to leave Napoli, it shouldn't be on this note, because relationships between Victor Osimhen and the entire Napoli setup has broken down. I don't know who to blame for it, if I'm going to be blaming Aurelio De Laurentiis being the owner of Napoli, or am I going to be blaming Antonio Conte being the troublemaker of Napoli as he came in and caused this rift and all of that. If not, it would have been a smooth ride for Victor Osimhen at Napoli. But what has happened has happened. But we are now looking at it. Jersey number 11 given to Romelu Lukaku. Jersey number 9 still reserved with Victor Osimhen. Is there a future for Victor Osimhen in Napoli? Reliance.
We won't give us the future. If you don't register him for Syria, we won't go play.
But his shirt number is still there.
Yes, it doesn't mean what's more important is his involvement in the Serie A, and if he's not there, whatever doesn't count. If he's not registered in the Serie A, I don't think playing in the other cup competitions count. I don't see how that counts, honestly speaking. It could be out of respect, maybe out of respect for Victor Osimhen. I don't know what their plans are, because Osimhen did what many Neapolitans as players have not done in many years. The last time somebody did that is the now late but legendary Diego Armando Maradona, who won them the Scudetto. And Osimhen came, won them the Scudetto, was the Golden Boot winner, the Love Massive. So whatever their plans are for withdrawing the shirt from, and how my Joshua Zirkzee is looking for an elusive consolation goal. He's looking for an elusive consolation goal. Had a cross from the left-hand side by Marcus Rashford, who seems to be more involved in the game in the last 10 minutes, but his attempts to tuck it into the back of the net ended up going across the face of post, or the face of the goal post. So no problems there for Alisson Becker. Now, maybe they just want to respect the guy. Maybe it's just mutual consent. Or maybe what's his name? Maybe Lukaku says, I don't want it. I don't want to get involved in this kind of controversy, because in the end, fans will be thinking that
what happened there? Why waste time?
Who was that kind of time? That would have been so beautiful.
That would have been goal number 4 and a beautiful one at that matter. But who was that? I'm yet to see who that person is.
Liverpool walks the ball so well from the right hand side. They drove into they were inside the box, from the right hand side, and I think that should have been Szoboszlai, though we're gonna have to wait to confirmed. Darwin Nunes has been introduced, by the way. I think that would have been Szoboszlai. It just needed to play.
I hope that was not Darwin Nunes. That was not Darwin
that
Nunes.
shouldn't be Darwin Nunes. If it's Darwin Nunes, Ingo Yaram. He did a Nicolas Jackson there against Manchester City. Just play that ball because the goalkeeper was already dispossessed. So all he needed to do is to pass it in, and he wasted time. I don't know whether I wanted to beat the onrushing defender, but the onrushing defender was wise enough to extend his body on the floor, and then he blocked that one. Here's a chance for Manchester United. Amad Diallo, his introduction has been a bit efficient, at least. I think that was Szoboszlai. He had the ball. And then all he needed, I mean, see beautiful walking now. That she was like, just play now.
Just play.
What
happened?
They only want beats. Now, wow.
And even when you wanted to beat, you did beat to the wrong side.
So, Amad Diallo has been a bit involved, as he has the pace and the trickery, has been using it to his advantage, although the defense line of Liverpool have combined to ensure that he does not find the space. They do not want to give away any goal in this match. They want to seal things off. They want the clean sheet. That's Liverpool. So maybe it's out of respect. Maybe Lukaku could be saying, I do not want to get involved in this controversy, because the fans might not understand things from the external point of view. They'll be thinking, contributing to it in as much as, yes, it is the club's decision to pull away that number 9. They may not understand that. They will say, even Lukaku, you know, or he also doesn't want to earn the wrath of Nigerian fans, because Nigerian fans are everywhere. Trust me, they are very much everywhere, and they are very vocal anywhere. You know, you find them. So I don't want to get involved. So please give me number 11. That could be the reason why they decided to pull it out, because you'll be thinking about the reason for that drastic decision in just a matter of 24 hours, at most 30-something hours. Pull number 9 away from Osimhen, give it to Lukaku, pull it back from Lukaku and give it to and drop it, not even give it to Osimhen, because if it's not registered for the season in the Serie A, whatever is going to happen doesn't count for me. There's no significance to that. You know, you play matches week in, week out in the league, not in any cup competition.
All right.
So I don't think it's an indication of they want to mend their ways or they want to mend the relationship. I think it's just a case of maybe Lukaku say, I don't want it, or let's not earn the wrath of fans. Let's, see how we can do a little bit of damage control, because at this point, every damage, right? Every damage has been done.
All right.
Just like Ten Hag has done every damage against Liverpool, because Sir Alex Ferguson is in the stadium watching this match. Sir Jim Ratcliffe is also watching this match. If Ten Hag survives this season at United, two things. If Ten Hag survives the season at United, and if Everton survives relegation this season again, there are two. You have to take me to their Baba. Who they cook out for them? Make I see them.
All right, and that's exactly what we're going to be looking at this point in time. But Liverpool, Everton yesterday, it was shocking to me. 2 goals ahead against Bournemouth, and I left the studio before I could get to the road. I saw that it was 2-2. Before I could get en route to where I was going to, it was 3-2, and they lost that game. And I saw that game at the 78th minute. So it took Everton about 12 minutes plus to lose a game that you led by 2-0. There's something wrong with either Sean Dyche or the entire setup.
Like I said, if they survive relegation this season, they have to take me to their Baba. I need to meet you, they cook that thing for them. Because 2 seasons on a row, they found a way to survive. Lampard kept them afloat. Sean Dyche came last season and kept them afloat. Bros, the consistency is
in staying afloat.
In staying afloat, it's not consistency. You understand? So if Ten Hag survives United this season and Everton survives relegation this season, I beg you. We know why. You guys show me the cook and for you. I beg, make I see whether if we do adverts for him.
All right.
Make him pay us.
All right. Meanwhile, according to a new development as per Fabrizio Romano, Napoli coach Antonio Conte has confirmed that he will not accept Victor Osimhen back into the team. He revealed this after their game against Parma on Saturday. By the way, Romelu Lukaku did come in against that. They were losing that game deep into the second half of that game. And in the 78th minute, Romelu Lukaku was brought in the 69th minute, and by the 78th minute, he got the equalizer for Napoli, and Raspadori was the one who got the winning goal for Napoli, which came in the 94th minute thereabout, and that was how Napoli won that one. I was about tweeting that Antonio Conte is going to suffer for 600 years. Only for me to see that there was an equalizer, and there was that eventually a winner in that particular one. But if he had lost that game, I know very well that Nigerians would have dragged him. They would have dragged him.
Points are past my neighbor. But you talked about who's causing the problem. I think it's Antonio Conte. He's the one that's causing the problem.
Yes, because
if you want to see it as a problem,
I'm trying to see it from this angle. I think Aurelio De Laurentiis is trying to mend things with Victor Osimhen. This is someone that he has had a relationship with. And that's the reason why that respect for dropping the number 9 from being handed to Romelu Lukaku.
Just maybe.
But in reply, that's the reason why Antonio Conte had to state it clearly that I would not. Maybe, that's what they call first attack. Maybe telling De Laurentiis that don't bring it. I won't bring Victor Osimhen back into the mix. I won't bring him back into the squad. I've already decided, because it's the prerogative it's down to the coach to select
who he wants to
register. Yes. So now, since but it leads me to ask: has Victor Osimhen known Antonio Conte before?
Would I ask Osimhen whether
have they come across
maybe Antonio
before?
Conte daughter?
Because the hatred is just too much. You came into the mix.
I
don't
know whether it's hatred. We say Enzo Maresca hates Raheem Sterling,
but at least you will see that one is just I don't want to work with you.
It's the same thing. That's why I said I don't even think it's a case of I struggle to call that a problem, because it's a clear case of I do not want this player.
All right.
I don't have a personal problem with him, right? But I just don't want to use him for reasons based known to him. I prefer Romelu Lukaku. He's my type of striker.
Okay.
All right. I don't want to work with Victor Osimhen. So don't force him on me. And the club will have to back the coach up, right? Because there's just so much, the extent you can go. So Laurentiis is in, should I say, the middle of the Blue Sea, where he's
in
like
between the devil and
the Deep Blue Sea, where it's like,
who do I favor?
Osimhen has been the face of Napoli since he was signed. Let's not forget what the financial sacrifice Gattuso went through to ensure Osimhen was signed. So since that period, he has been the face of Napoli. At a point, he was the face of Italian football, right? Even though, they struggle to admit, because they have to give Kvaratskhelia that crown that led to Nigerians dragging them. So at a point, he was the face of Italian football. So he has been my cash cow. The biggest exploit for Napoli should be Victor Osimhen. Export rather should be Victor Osimhen. All right, so he's finding himself. He has to decide. This coach, I just bring him in. Let's not start on a very bad foot where I have to force things on him. Osimhen has been, but Osimhen is just one person. I do not see a longer future between myself and Osimhen, a longer relationship than what we've had in the past 3, 4, 5 years. But Antonio Conte, we've not even started. So let me not start on a wrong foot with Antonio Conte, because I might have to employ a new coach. And employ a new coach because of somebody that's about to leave. There's not much wisdom in that. So he's like, his hands are tied. He has to support what the coach wants to do. Just like Todd Boehly will have to support Enzo Maresca saying, I don't want Raheem Sterling. Raheem Sterling, no, I can't they go. Arsenal, when I go, pay parts of these. Okay. So
that's
that
the
was,
shock waves that Liverpool always give you when they come against Manchester United.
Musala with a beautiful cross from the left-hand side, and Godigapo attempted a header, but maybe not a header, a control rather, although that should have been from the point where he's backing the crowd instead of trying to control that ball from that position. So where was I? So Osimhen is about to leave. So why sacrifice the team, the coach that has just been signed, for somebody that's on the exit door already? So he has to make a decision. Just like Todd Boehly decided, okay, Sterling, I can't go loan. Don't worry, we'll foot, because I learned it
Chelsea that is paying a bulk of the salaries. Arsenal are just paying a little bit below 50%. Darwin Núñez with a shot. Mohamed Salah building. This is the transition I'm talking about. United pressing hard with it, with the ball position.
They get to lose.
Liverpool gets the ball, and before you turn your eye, you're seeing them there. It's Liverpool's thing. So if you try to play it against them, you're playing your hands into them. It's like trying to be possessive against Pep Guardiola. You're playing your hands into Pep's hands, and he will punish you. You know, all those days, try to play counter-attack against Sir Alex Ferguson. He will punish you. Or maybe Carlo Ancelotti these days. You know, so what you do is you try to be pragmatic.
Trying to play packing the box with
against Jose Mourinho. You get punished. So, I don't like this analogy. So I learned that it's Chelsea that's paying about 70% of his weekly wages, like Raheem Sterling, and Arsenal are just covering about 30 or thereabout. So come and go. Coach doesn't want to work with you. The coach is just coming in. You've been here. So I think Laurenti's hands are tied. He's finding himself in between the devil and the deep blue sea, and he has to make a decision as the owner of the club. And he was willing to lower. Let's not forget, this is also something that might anger, if it actually happens, Laurentiis. He lowered his valuation of Osimhen for Al Ahly. Napoli agreed deal.
No, they agreed
deal with Al Ahly for Victor Osimhen to leave. But Osimhen did not give a green light at that point. They didn't give a green light. Else, Osimhen, not Ivan Toney, would have been an Al Ahly centre
towards the
forward.
later stages, Al Ahly agreed personal terms with Osimhen. It was now Napoli asking for an additional 5 million euros in add-ons after they've agreed to pay 70 million euros. That's 60 and 10 in add-ons. Napoli still went ahead to ask for 5 million euros. The same Napoli that when he had to do with Chelsea, where he wanted to go to, they decided to raise the price so high that Chelsea wasn't able to. The reason why he didn't go to Chelsea was because he couldn't reach personal agreements with Chelsea on how much
it's going to be paid.
Chelsea were
weekly.
putting on table 140,000.
That's an insult. That's a big insult.
Wouldn't it have been better for him to have taken?
No.
Okay.
No way. That's an insult.
Okay.
Victor Osimhen is bigger than every player in Chelsea.
But what's going to be the effect? What's going to be the effect?
Rhys James, who has won the Champions League. But as an individual, he's bigger than everybody there.
No, but players, no matter how big you are, sometimes take pay cuts.
Not at this level of football.
No, now. At level of football at that age.
What's the effect of all of this now by January?
Will you advise Erling Haaland to go and take a pay cut at Real Madrid?
It depends on what surrounds
this level of football.
It depends on what surrounds his move to Real Madrid.
Now, you just like using your hand to bring yourself down, to lower your valuation.
It's not like he's just doing it for himself. He has to maintain a certain lifestyle. He has to maintain a certain
valuation of himself.
A certain evaluation. If he takes that price cut down, that's how it's going to be for the rest. Almost for the rest of
it. Unless
who? See, that contract did not have a yearly increase. I didn't mean you're taking the pay cut and then it's okay.
You now come and sign 7 years contract.
There's going to be
when are you going to extend the contract? And when are you going to have an increment in your weekly wages?
Definitely, you're not going to sign a 7 years contract.
Definitely,
a 3 years contract.
What makes you think that Chelsea will give him a 3 years contract?
Chelsea.
Todd Boehly.
At least they will give him 6 years.
I wanted to be nice. Additional 4 years.
They'll give him 6 years.
Possibility of additional 1 year. So why will it? So when are you going to have increments? And let's not forget, whoever is going to buy Osimhen from Chelsea, let's say there was going to be an insertion of a buyout clause. Whoever comes to buy Osimhen from Chelsea will upgrade his weekly wage based on his present weekly wage, £125,000 per week. If that is the case, whoever is coming in looking at him at 200 and 250.
But
for somebody that was earning about 350 or 320 or 30 something at Napoli.
But what I'm looking at right now is the effect of all of this on Osimhen by January.
Not going to see. It was wise for Osimhen not to go to Chelsea, because it's not like there's even an impressive project at Chelsea to look at, to consider. So it was wise.
It's just an escape route. I beg your pardon.
Escape to where? Escape to slavery. No, that's an escape to slavery.
There's nothing impressing about Chelsea right now that will make a player at the class of Victor Osimhen to go to Chelsea. No, tell me what's impressing about Chelsea. Tell me what's enticing, attractive at Chelsea. That will make somebody at the twilight of his career, somebody that is rubbing shoulders with Erling Haaland, Kylian Mbappe. These are. I mean, Osimhen was one of the highest valued player.
Now push and push for where in there.
No,
that's the reason why
he was valued at that. No. I mean, we had the stats. We had. Transfer market evaluation of Victor Osimhen, and at that point, at a particular period of time. So there was that valuation there. It was one of the most prized center forward that period in world football. And somebody is now going to where? To Chelsea to go and collect what? Go and collect peanuts and sign a lifetime contract with peanuts.
All right.
So it was a right decision not to go to Chelsea.
All right. By the way, former Super Eagles star Odion Igalo has come out to defend Victor Osimhen around or within this same transfer saga, as Nigerians have come for him, saying so many Nigerians are linking it to the fact that some say, I saw a post once that said that Victor Osimhen is under a curse because of what happened or transpired between himself and George Finidi. And Odion Igalo is saying that no human is perfect. We're all imperfect and anything could happen. At this point, he's at his lowest moments, and he is sure that Victor Osimhen will rise again, and Nigerians should do well to support him to rise. That's how it is there for Victor Osimhen as we look to round things off. But before we do that, let me quickly bring you up to speed with some of the transfers that we've had. Esther Onyenezede has made a significant career move by joining Hapio Hatamon Jerusalem from Madrid CFF, and there is the George Finidi effect on Benjamin Tanimu as he has joined Crawley Town in the League One. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is where we'll call it a wrap on the show this evening. Many thanks to you for being part of the show from the phone lines as well as from the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, and many thanks to my colleagues also for doing the show right here with me, Reliable Reliance as well as Ovie Wallace. We'll be back here tomorrow morning by 6:30 a.m. for Sports Attack, and until then, I'm saying from here, my name is Osasin Hiwin, and I'm saying stay lifted and stay blessed. Don't touch it, leave it on Today 95.1 FM.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Boniface, my guy. Long time no see. Why your face this strong kakaraka like this now?
Paulinus, I beg this 2024.